Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Arun. எப்படி இருக்கீங்க?
நல்லா இருக்கேன் சார். I'm good.
ஆபீஸ்ல இருக்கீங்களா? மதுரையில இருந்து ஜாயின் பண்றீங்களா?
No, I office தான் சார். I'm in office. இங்க இருந்தா ஜாயின் பண்றேன்.
Okay, good. I think the team is doing a good job.
Yes.
So I think 85,000 people have enrolled.
Yeah. So we started putting out live. So liveல வந்து we started. It is already live going on.
Oh, it's live going on. Okay.
It's live going on. அவர் எது கேக்குறாரு? வாங்க எடுத்துக்கலாம். வாங்க எடுத்துக்கலாம். அதில் என்ன இருக்கு? லைவ் போயிட்டு
Shall we start, sir?
Yes.
Sir. A warm good morning to all. On behalf of GUVI, I am welcoming you all for Naan Mudhalvan Tamil Nadu Coders Premier League Learnathon 11-1. And on this auspicious day, I am delighted to share we have reached 80,000 registration from 440 Anna University affiliated colleges. We are wholeheartedly thanks to Anna University, Naan Mudhalvan, and Government of Tamil Nadu. So, on behalf of you all, I am welcoming Mr. Balamurugan sir for giving welcome address. Welcoming you, sir.
Thank you, Lakshman. Thanks for the invite. Good morning, sir. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, students. So it's a great pleasure for us to have this TNCPL Season 1 event. And I welcome the hearty representative from the Anna University, Professor Dr. Arunachallam, sir. And I welcome Professor Kalachelvan, who is representing the Naanmudhalvan team as part of TNSDC as well. So these are the key people who steered this initiative along with GUVI to take this forward to each and every corner of Tamil Nadu and to ensure that each and every learner of our state gets the benefit of the upcoming AI and Python and ML skills, so that in the initiative முடிக்கும் போது தமிழ்நாட்டோட knowledge economy would have actually grown in a multiple times. Okay, so நல்லா யோசிச்சு பாருங்க. ஸோ இங்கே இருக்க ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டும் ஆல்மோஸ்ட் ஒரு 80,000, மிஸ்டர் லக்ஷ்மண் சொன்ன மாதிரி 80,000 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் வந்து இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவங்களோட நெக்ஸ்ட் ஒரு 3 months வந்து ஒவ்வொருத்தரும், நீங்கள் இருக்க ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் சொல்கிறேன், ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் நெக்ஸ்ட் 3 months வந்து எங்களோட ஜேர்னியில் ட்ராவல் பண்ண போகிறீங்க. இந்த ஜேர்னி முடிக்கும் போது எப்படி மேக்ஸ், ஃபிசிக்ஸ், கெமிஸ்ட்ரி, மேக்ஸ், சயின்ஸ் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்கில்லாக வருமோ அந்த மாதிரி ப்ரோக்ராமிங்கும் உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஸ்கில்லாக வந்துடும். ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்து ப்ராப்ளம் ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்ஸை சால்வ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிப்பீங்க. நீங்கள் வந்து புதுசு புதுசாக ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் பில்ட் பண்ண ஆரம்பிப்பீங்க. ஸோ தமிழ்நாடு இது வந்து எந்த ஸ்டேட்டும் இது வரைக்கும் பண்ணது கிடையாது. எந்த ஒரு யூனிவர்சிட்டியும் இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு இனிஷியேட்டிவ் எடுத்தது கிடையாது. ஓகே, ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் இட்ஸ் கைண்ட். அண்ட் இதில் இருக்க ஒவ்வொருத்தருக்கும் வந்து என்ன ஸ்பெஷல் அப்படின்னா, இந்த 3 months ஜேர்னி முடிச்சு நீங்கள் வெளியே வரும்போது யூ வுட் ஹவ் கம் வித் அன் எக்ஸப்ஷனல் ஸ்கில். ஓகே, ப்ரோக்ராமிங்கில் பைத்தான் அண்ட் ஏஎம்எல் ஸ்கில்ஸ்லாம் வச்சுட்டு வருவீங்க, டேட்டா சயின்ஸ்லாம் வச்சுட்டு வருவீங்க, with which you can go and face this world with a lot of confidence, and you can start building solutions for existing problems and achieve a lot of things. So with this, I welcome everyone, each and every one of you to this event. இதில் ஜெயிக்கிறது தோக்கிறதுலாம் முக்கியம் இல்லை. ஓகே, ப்ரைஸ் வின் பண்ணுறதுலாம் முக்கியம் இல்லை. பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணி லேர்ன் பண்ணுங்க. We are there. GUVI team is there, and everyone from Naanmudhalvan team and everyone from the Anna University team is there to support you and take this skilling initiative to the next level. So with this, I welcome you all, and I invite founder of GUVI, Arun Prakash, to be part of this. Lakshman, that is the floor, right? Yeah,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Bala, and thank you, Kalachelvan, sir. So he has been our mentor for a long time. நாங்க குட்டி பாப்பா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 2-3 பேர் ஆரம்பிச்சது இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் is guiding us in lot of things wherever we said. For example, ரொம்ப சில்லியா இருக்கும், ஃபன்னியா இருக்கும் இந்த எக்ஸாம்பிள் பேசுறது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நான் வந்து he was a CFC ஹெட்டா இருந்தப்ப நான் அவருக்கு மெயில் அனுப்பிச்சேன். ஸோ அந்த டைம் I was working in PayPal. ஸோ வந்து அவருக்கு டியர் கலேஜ், அவருக்கு இன்னொரு ப்ரொஃபஸர் இருக்கு, ஹாய் டியர் போடல, ஹாய் கலைச்செல்வன். ஏன்னா வந்து ஆஃபீஸ்ல வந்து வி சே தட் ஹாய் போட்டு ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நேம் போட்டு சொல்லுவோம், ஓகேங்களா? அந்த மாதிரி அனுப்பிச்சேன். அனுப்பிச்ச உடனே அடுத்த ரிப்ளை அவர் வந்து, அருண், திஸ் நாட் வே டெஸ்ட், இஃப் இட் இஸ் ப்ரொஃபஷனல் என்வரான்மெண்ட் நீங்க அப்படி அட்ரஸ் பண்ணுங்க, எஜுகேஷன் என்வரான்மெண்ட் வரும்போது யூ ஹேவ் டு அட்ரஸ் டியர் வாட் எவர் ப்ரொஃபஸர், அவங்க போட்டு பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு. இந்த அளவுக்கு ரொம்ப சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்களும் கூட he has pointed out and helped us in guiding the things. ஸோ அந்த வகையில வந்து ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ் சார் உங்களுக்கு. You have been very helpful in all the journey with us, ஓகேங்களா? So with that thank you note, and I also thank Naanmudhalvan team as well as Anna University for helping us in doing this. So that is one of the key things today we are witnessing. இன்னைக்கு வந்து இது வந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு ரெவல்யூஷன் மாதிரி நான் பாக்குறேன், ஓகேங்களா? இது இட்ஸ் நாட் a normal day, ஓகேங்களா? அதனால தான் everybody was nervous in a way, and this revolution will change the entire state and it will take the state to the next level. ஏன் இதை இவ்வளோ ஸ்ட்ராங்கா சொல்றேன்னா வந்து 2 days back I was giving a talk in a conference which is about AI. ஸோ அதில் வந்து என்னோட fellow speaker he was talking about it. ஸோ இப்போ வந்து next revolution in the world is going to be in two areas. One is semiconductor, another one is AI. Both are interrelated. சிப் வேணும், சிப் இருந்தால் தான் அவுட்புட் வரும், அவுட்புட்டை பார்க்கறதுக்கு ஏஐ வேணும், சரிங்களா? அண்ட் அதுலேயும் வந்து ஜென்ஏஐ அதெல்லாம் வந்து ரொம்ப இட் இஸ் கோயிங் டு பி திங்ஸ். ஏன் ஜென்ஏஐ ரொம்ப முக்கியமாக வரப்போகுது அப்படின்னு சொல்றேன்னா, இதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஏஐனாலே டேட்டா செட்டை கொஞ்சம் கிளியராக பாப்புலராக கிளென்ஸ் பண்ணி கொடுக்க வேண்டிய ஒரு விஷயம் வந்து. பட் ஜென்ஏஐல ஜென்ரேட்டிவ் ஏஐல வந்து யூ கேன் யூஸ் த அன்ஸ்ட்ரக்சர்ட் டேட்டா இன் லாட் ஆஃப் த கேஸ் அண்ட் கிரியேட் நியூ திங்ஸ், சரிங்களா? அது வந்து எவ்ரி ஆர்கனைசேஷன் வில் ஸ்டார்ட் டூயிங் இட். ஸோ இட் வில் ஹேப்பன் நெக்ஸ்ட் 12 to 18 months. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஸ்டெப் தான் வந்து பேசிக்ஸ் படிக்கிறது. ஸோ அதுதான் வந்து இந்த ஹேக்கத்தானோட கோராவே வைக்கிறோம், சரிங்களா? ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் இது ஏன் இது முக்கியம் அப்படின்றது இன்னொரு என்னோட லைஃப் ஹிஸ்ட்ரியிலன்னு சொல்றேன். நான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் உங்களை மாதிரி ஃப்ரெஷராக வேலை தேடிட்டு இருக்கும்போது நான் ஹனிவெல் போய் அட்டன் பண்ணேன். கிட்டத்தட்ட அப்போ இது இப்போ 2003 இப்போ இல்லை. ஸோ 2003 அட்டன் பண்ணும்போது வந்து அப்போ வந்து 3000 people கேம் ஃபார் அட்டெண்டிங் ஆஃப் கேம்பஸ். அதை பார்த்தோன்னே இவ்வளோ பேர் நம்ம எங்கே செலக்ட் ஆக போகிறோன்ட்டு விட்டேன் நான், சரிங்களா? ஸோ பட் இன் சென்ஸ் ஐ வெண்ட் அண்ட் அட்டெண்டட் இட், பட் ஐ டென்ட் ஹாவ் பிக் ஹோப்ஸ், சரிங்களா? அதுக்கப்புறம் போய் அட்டன் பண்ணால் ஒரு 7 ரவுண்டு வச்சாங்க. வச்சதுக்கப்புறம் உள்ளே கிளியர் பண்ணிட்டு போனேன். உள்ளே கிளியர் பண்ணிட்டு போனதுக்கப்புறம் எனக்கு எப்படி அந்த 7 ரவுண்ட் இருந்துச்சு. 7 ரவுண்டில் என்ன they asked is like கம்ப்ளீட்டாக நம்ம கோர் சப்ஜெக்ட், ஐ மீன் நான் படித்தது கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் ஐடி. ஸோ அதில் இருக்க கோர் சப்ஜெக்டை மட்டுமே எல்லாத்தையும் வச்சு செஞ்சாங்க, ஒரு இது விடாமல். ஸ்டார்டிங் ஃப்ரம் மைக்ரோ ப்ராசஸர்லேருந்து, டேட்டா பேஸ்லேருந்து, நெட்ஒர்க்கிங்லேருந்து, சரிங்களா, கம்பைலர் டிசைன்லேருந்து எல்லாமே கேட்டாங்க, சரிங்களா? அண்ட் பை த வே இதை நான் வந்து அங்கே ஹனிவெல்காக அது எதுவுமே நான் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணல. எதுக்காக நான் அதை ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணியிருந்தேன்னா, என் ஃப்ரெண்டு கேட் எழுதுனா அவனுக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுக்கறதுக்காக நான் ப்ரிப்பேர் பண்ணேன், சரிங்களா? ஸோ மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் த டைம்ஸ் நம்ம ஏதாவது ஒரு விஷயத்த கமிட் பண்ணி ஒர்க் பண்றோம்னா அது வந்து வேற எங்கேயாவது உங்களை அறியாம ஹெல்ப் பண்ணும், சரிங்களா? எஸ்பெஷலி இந்த மாதிரி ஸ்கில்ஸ் ரிலேட்டட் விஷயங்கள் வந்து உங்க லைஃபை கம்ப்ளீட்டா சேஞ்ச் ஆயிரும். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் இது ஹனிவெல் ஜாப் கிடைச்சுன்னு சொன்னா, அதே மாதிரி நான் காலேஜ்ல இருக்கும்போது ஐ வுட் ஹவ் அட்டெண்டட் அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 100+ சிம்போசியம்ஸ் அட்டன் பண்ணியிருப்பேன், சரிங்களா? அதுல ஒரு 80 தோத்துருப்பேன். அந்த 20 தான் வின் பண்ணிருக்கேன். அந்த 20 வின் பண்ணதை பார்த்தேன். அந்த ரெஸ்யூம் என்னல பாத்தீங்கன்னா, ரெஸ்யூம்ல தீஸ் ஆர் த திங்ஸ் விச் ஐ ஒன்ன்றதை பார்த்து அதுக்காகவே ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா என்ன கூப்பிட்டு கேட்டாங்க. ஸோ அது நீ பண்ணியா, உண்மையிலே பண்ணியான்னு டீடைல்ஸ் உள்ள வச்சு ஒரு இதுக்கும் கேள்வி கேட்டாங்க. ஸோ தோஸ் ஆர் த 2 things which I still has changed my career. ஒன்று வந்து நீங்க படிங்க, சின்சியரா படிங்க, சொல்லித்தாங்க, ஷேர் வாட் எவர் யூ நோ இட். தட் இஸ் ஒன் கீ லெசன் விச் ஐ லேர்ன்ட் இன் மை பாஸ்ட். செகண்ட் வந்து if there is a competition, if there is a symposium, if there is a event, don't hesitate to participate, சரிங்களா? So make that as a habit. And the habit வந்து it will help you in getting a job or introducing you to new people or taking to the new level. உங்களோட தாட் ப்ராசஸ் மாத்தலாம். lot of things can happen, சரிங்களா? அதுக்காகவே நீங்க இதை பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணணும், ஓகேங்களா? So that is the first motto where you should get in. So winning, getting the prize, அதெல்லாம் வந்து for me it is like that is good to have. என்ன சொல்ல, அந்த creaming on the cake ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்கல்ல, அந்த மாதிரி அதெல்லாம் வந்தா நல்லது. வரலனாலும் நான் உள்ள போய் அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணும்போது because I learn a lot from the experts. Okay, when I say experts, the expert doesn't need to be always from the industry. It could be even from my friend. So நீங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா உங்களோட மெஜாரிட்டி ஆஃப் த செமஸ்டர் கிளாஸ் வந்து உங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட் சொல்லி கொடுத்தா படிச்சிருப்பீங்க. So he is the best teacher who can help you out. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி இங்க வந்தீங்கன்னா யூ லேர்ன் ஃப்ரம் ஃபெலோ லேர்னர்ஸ். ஒரு 80,000 பீப்புள்கிட்ட நீங்க பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ண போறீங்க, ஓகேங்களா? அந்த 80,000ல வந்து யூ வில் ஃபார்ம் குரூப்ஸ். அந்த குரூப் மூலமா யூ வில் லேர்ன் டீம், எப்படி ஒரு டீமா ஒரு ப்ராப்ளத்தை சால்வ் பண்றது, டீமுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற சின்ன சின்ன சண்டைகள், ஈகோகள் எல்லாமே சால்வ் ஆகும். அண்ட் தட் இஸ் வாட் அ கம்பெனி வில் லுக் ஃபார். Forget about company. Even if you are starting your own company like GUVI, okay, so it will give you the right balance between the humbleness and the collaborativeness, okay. So இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் வந்து இப்போ I was able to receive inputs from கலைச்செல்வன் சார்னா I respect and I humbly accept it, okay. இல்ல நான் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி எனக்கு தெரியும் அப்படின்னு பேசிட்டு இருந்தேன்னா இருக்கு. அந்த humbleness வந்ததுக்கு காரணம் I was able to collaborate with lot of people and that is where helped me. ஸோ இன்னைக்கு வந்து அவர் வந்து எங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப் பண்றாருன்னா அதுக்கு ஒரே காரணம் வந்து யூ ஷுட் பி ஓப்பன் எனஃப் டு ரிசீவ் த இன்புட்ஸ், ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ இது வந்து என்னோட ப்ரொஃபஸர் சொல்லாரு வந்து, ஒரு நல்ல ப்ரொஃபஸர் வந்து எப்போ சூப்பர் ப்ரொஃபஸர் ஆகிறாருன்னா ஒரு பெஸ்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை மீட் பண்ணும்போது தான். ஸோ ஒரு இஃப் யூ ஆர் த பெஸ்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் யூ வில் ஃபைண்ட் த பெஸ்ட் டீச்சர் ஆல்வேஸ், ஓகே. இட் குட் பி கலைச்செல்வன் சார், இட் குட் பி லாட் ஆஃப் அதர் பீப்புள், ஸோ ஹூ கேன் கைட் யூ இன் யுவர் லைஃப், ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ அந்த பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ்ல ஆல்வேஸ் ட்ரை டு ரிசீவ் த ரைட் இன்புட்ஸ் ஃப்ரம் த பீப்புள் அண்ட் தென் டூ இட். ஸோ இதுல இந்த லேர்னத்தான்ல வந்து ஸ்டார்ட் லேர்னிங் இன்னைக்கு வந்து ஃபுல்லா வெபினார்ஸ், ஒர்க் ஷாப்ஸ் இருக்கும். ஆப்வியஸ்லி யூ ஹேவ் ப்ரைசஸ், குவிசஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கு. இதை பண்ணுங்க. தென் யூ ஹேவ் த நெக்ஸ்ட் 2 levels. ஸோ அந்த லெவல் 3rd லெவல்லாம் போகும்போது உங்களுக்கு வந்து யூ வில் நெவர் இமேஜின் அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் உள்ள இருக்கு. ஸோ லாட் ஆஃப் சர்ப்ரைஸ் ஆர் தேர். ப்ராப்ளி சார் அண்ட் அதர்ஸ் வில் ஷேர் இட். ஸோ அதை நான் அதை டிஸ்க்ளோஸ் பண்ண விரும்பல. ஐ லீவ் தட் surprise element to others to share, including sir. Okay. So with this, I just want to get back and give back it to Lakshmi and Kalaiselvan sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your valuable notes. You are never failed to inspiring all of us. Thank you very much, sir. On behalf of you all, we are welcoming Dr. Kalaiselvan sir, veteran leader of academics, guidance and advisor for Naan Mudhalvan. Welcoming you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshman. Most respected and beloved founder of GUVI, Mr. Arun, co-founder Mr. Bala, Jagan and Lakshman and other team members. In fact, really, I am overwhelmed the way in which Arun and Bala was addressing to me. Really, I am very happy and delighted, right? The GUVI has reached to this level, right, and achieved what they want and what they envisioned maybe some 15 years back. Really, it is one of the benchmark event, I can say. I mean, aligning 80,000 learners, right, for one single event. When I say a single event, it's not an ordinary event; it's a prestigious event because this event is sponsored by Government of Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, and the Asia's largest university, Anna University, is partnering with this GUVI, and that's the reason why I said it's one of the benchmark event. Aligning all these 80,000 learners on one single platform for one single agenda. So Arun has beautifully pointed, right? I can say, put it in a very simpler way, learning is forever, right? Learning is forever and sharing makes it stronger. So that's what he beautifully pointed. So whatever you learn, try to share it to your friends. People who are not part of this ecosystem or people who are part of this ecosystem, share whatever the learning you made, so that learning will make you much, much more stronger. So really, when we come back to this event, I can say it is one of the flagship event of our event for Anna University, because we never had this kind of a event with 80,000 learners on one single day, connecting virtually and then undergoing a kind of a training program. So in fact, I had an opportunity to discuss this initiative with one of my friends in Madhya Pradesh, Professor Patari. He is the Director General for Innovation Council, Madhya Pradesh, one of the apex body. He was earlier with the BHU Arnasi. So he said, looking at this model, identifying this kind of a mammoth kind of work with the government, PPP, we call it PPP, public-private partnership model. So he says we also want to have emulate this kind of a model in Madhya Pradesh. See the kind of learning. So Bala as rightly pointed out, as a state we are going to benefit, and as students who are all studying in this great state are going to skill. In fact, if you remember, even in yesterday, the Chief Minister in his speech in Assembly, he has pointed out on learning side, right, and also on the gross enrollment ratio side, we are double the average of the country, right? 54% of the people are educated. 54% of the people have got opportunity to higher education and learning, which is where when you look at the India's average is only 27%. So all this is possible not only by the government, it's also possible because of the people like Arun and Bala supporting this kind of an initiative. In fact, when we had a preliminary kind of a discussion with the Naan Mudhalvan team, we already did one similar kind of a hackathon in the name of Fusion 360 for mechanical engineering students. So when I had a discussion with the Honorable the MD, Madam Innocent Divya, so she said immediately, we'll take it forward, we'll champion this. Then I put this idea to GUVI leadership team. They also come forward and aligned with the vision of the university as well as vision of the state. So that's the reason why we reached to the level of enrolling 80,000 people and doing this here. So my student friends, உங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்குமே இது வந்து ஒரு பெரிய ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி. ஏன்னா GUVI-யோட நீங்கள் சக்ஸஸ் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா over the period, they started in a very humble way with the 3-member team. They've grown to the level of 600, 700 plus now. So started in a humble way in IIT, in an incubator, RTBI. Then they moved out of RTBI and went to a well-established kind of setup. And then recently HCL has acquired them, partnered with them. They want to take it to the next level. So as a company, it started by 3 young entrepreneurs with a vision, right? It is a great opportunity to all of you who are attending this workshop. Either you can find a job in a good company after learning this skill in a multinational companies, or if you have a brilliant idea or a brilliant innovative idea, you can also land into starting something on your own. So as a whole, it will be benefited to the state, not only to the state, even as a country, right? As a country having 69% of the young age population now, so it's an high time, and I appreciate people like Arun and Bala of skilling this younger generation. So really, you're doing a great service, not only to these kids, even to the state as well as to the country as a whole. So friends, make this your opportunity. I have seen the agenda. There are all list of key speakers are there today, all veterans from the industry. Learn from them, network with your own people, right? Whatever you learn, try to practice it and try to educate your own friends who miss this kind of an opportunity. So definitely, friends, I'm telling you, at the end of completing this 2 months, 3 months hackathon, I'm sure you'll come out with some kind of a flying colors. Winning or losing, as people have pointed out, it's not the thing, it's not a big thing, right? What you are going to learn out of this learning, what you are going to increase or enhance your professional career, that's alone is going to be there. So Arun has beautifully concise this entire program. People who do it extremely well will get an opportunity to work, to get an intern with some of the companies. So when you do well with an internship in the companies, definitely that will land into a full-time opportunity. So as Bala has rightly pointed out, it is one of the unique events across the country, because we are not charging any money, right? So in turn, the GUVI is spending, and government is supporting, government is spending some time and energy and effort, right, in taking up this. So nowhere in the country, no other state in the country championing this kind of a massive skill development initiative. In fact, I'm sure this event is going to be a game changer on coding. So I wish Bala and Arun should come out with a similar kind of a model, right, in future, and we will make this as an edition 1 event, right? So this Hackathon 2024 jointly by GUVI, TNSDC and Anna University. This is edition 1 of 2024. We should have many more editions in the years to come. So definitely that will make a great change in this in the learning landscape, as well as on employability, skilling of the young age population in the country. So my another wish to the young team, replicate this model across various states, right? So now as I mentioned, 69% of the population is a young age population spread across the country, right? Whatever the best practice, whatever the learning you are going to learn out of this hackathon, replicate this model across various states, and I'm telling you, at some point of time, globally, you will get greater visibility, right, and also recognition will follow. So this is what my wish, and to the entire team of GUVI for wonderfully organizing this. And again, my learners, please be serious in learning things, and then whatever you learn, appropriately use it. As Arun has pointed out, whatever he learned in the college, whatever he learned from his own friends, he used that skill to get a job in Honeywell, right? So that has taken him to the paper. Then now he has landed with this great organization. So friends, take both of them as your symbol of success, right? So you follow them very closely, right? And learn as much as possible, do well. So this is what my message today to all these young learners and to the young entrepreneurs and the entire team of GUVI. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to address these kids. And whatever the way you want me to support and help and facilitate, we are here from the university side or from the Naan Mudhalvan side to take it forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your inspiring words. So, as we organizing this student program, our leadership team have requested to organize the same kind of things for the faculty also. So we are excited to share. We have trained 330 faculties across 38 districts from 350 engineering institutions. So our leadership team has voluntarily took this initiative and trained all the faculties from circuit branches. Thank you, our leadership team, for giving the opportunity to conduct these kind of programs. Thank you all. The agenda of the day, the first session.
He only initiated it.
Yeah.
And Professor Anna.
Yeah, Arunachalam, Lakshman and Jagan, they did a wonderful job. In fact, I had an opportunity to address to the faculty members. Even later, they also came to me and they said there was a great learning. Really, thanks to all the team members. Really, they put the hard effort on this.
Thank you, sir. On this outset, I have to thank Dr. Arunachalam, sir, in his absence here due to his held up with meeting registrar. So he's given enormous support to organize this program almost 3.5 months. Thank you, Dr. Arunachalam, sir. And thanks to my team lead, Mr. Jagan, given right guidance and given all the support to conduct this FDPs and Learnathon. Thank you all. So the
Thank you all.
first session of this day.
Shall I drop out?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Dani should be done.
Yeah, thank you. See you in the evening.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
The industry expert to join.
Yeah.
Jagan,
Thank you, sir.
Lakshman,
Yeah.
all the
Thank you.
best.
Thank you.
Probably if there is an opportunity, I'll join in the evening.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Jagan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we are moving to the workshop. The first session will be start by 10:25. The first session will be handled by Mr. Anish Rahman Khan. He is an industry expert as well as he is a renowned web developer. He will be given hands-on workshop as well as hands-on expertise in the Python things. So I am welcoming Mr. Anish to take over the session. Mr. Anish?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. Anish, I think you are in mute.
Hello. Is it audible now?
Yeah. Now perfect.
Yeah. Thank you.
The stage is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Lakshman. So I hope the screen is visible, right? So please confirm once.
Yes. You can proceed, please.
Hello, guys. Very good morning for everyone. So thanks for joining this wonderful Learnathon workshop. So in this session, I'm going to give you the entire overview on to the Python programming. So then we are going to the hands-on practice for the major concepts of Python, which is mainly used into the coding field. So let's begin with the first, what is programming over here. So as we know, programming is something like we're going to give the instruction to the computer to perform some specific task. So if you want to interact with the people, we are going to make use of languages so that another person can understand. So in the same way, if you want to interact with a computer, we are going to talk with the programming languages. As you know, we are having a lot of languages, like we have Telugu, Kannada, Tamil, so to interact with. So in the programming, we have a lot of languages like Python programming, Java programming, JavaScript. So many more programming to interact with the computer over here. So it's used to help us to code, debug, instruct to the specific problem to be solved. So it is what the program is going to come into the picture over here. So all programs are typically, we are going to write it into the programming languages like Python, Java, C++, or JavaScript, and a lot much more over there. So why we need programming? So that is the one question. So why we need programming? Why we need to give instructions to the specific computer? So into this current world, so entire things is been depending upon the softwares, right? So how the software is going to be developed? So it is developed using a programming languages, and there will be much things running into their background. The primary step for developing any kind of a software will be involved about the programming over there. So the programming can be involved in n number of ways, like automation, problem solving, innovation, customization, and creativity. So in this all scenario, the programming is going to be used over here. So let's understand one simple workflow of the program, how one specific program is going to work. imagine we are going to add two numbers. So we are going to take an input from the user, and we are going to write a logic for that, like how to access the variables from it, and how we are going to
Mr.
add
Anish,
those. Yes,
Mr. Anish,
yes.
sorry for the interruption. Participants, descriptionல நம்ம ஒரு ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் லிங்க் பிளேஸ் பண்ணிருக்கோம். ஸோ அந்த ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் லிங்க் இட்ஸ் மேண்டேட்டரி ஃபார் நியூவா ஜாயின் பண்ணியிருந்தீங்கனாலும் ஓகே, இல்லை ஆல்ரெடி எக்ஸிஸ்டிங்ல ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணியிருந்தாலும் யூ ஹேவ் டு ஃபில் தட் ஃபார்ம். ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணிட்டு நீங்க ஃபீட்பேக் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணிட்டு அப்படின்னா யூ ஹேவ் டு கெட் த சர்டிஃபிகேஷன். யூ ஹேவ் டு என்ஷூர் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் as well as feedback completion by the end of the session. Thank you. Please go ahead, Mr. Anish.
Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. So if you want to add two numbers, so basically we are going to take an input from the user. So then we need to write a logic for adding two numbers, right? So that is going to be, it is what we are programming is going to come into the picture. Like here, how you are going to access the variables, and how you are going to sum it, and how you are going to process that, and we are going to get the final output. So it involves the three things, like gives the inputs, and whatever the logic you have given, that logic is going to get executed. And once the logic is correct and no syntactical errors, then it is going to process it, and we are going to get the final output of any of the program. So that is how any program is going to work over that. So we talk about the programming languages into the current world. So we have Python, Java, C, C++, JavaScript, PHP, and many more programming languages. It's a very bundle, like it's like an Amazon forest, like many things are there. So in this, the most trending one here is a Python. So why it is Python is most trending programming language, and even is Java is the most trending programming language into the IT industry. So why we are going to prefer first preference for the Python? Because now an industry is evolving through an AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data science, and all. And in Python provides us such a powerful libraries, so that makes our task easier to achieve machine learning. We are going to create machine learning models, and Python is acting like more important role in artificial intelligence because of its wonderful libraries such as Panda, Scikit-learn, Torch, and many more over there. So, and learning a Python is going to be very easy to us. So I picked up the top four powerful programming languages you can start with in your career. Like first, you can start understanding the programming concept. It's not about Python, Java, JavaScript, or any other programming language. In programming, when we talk about a programming, we have to start learning the concepts of programming. Like if I talk about conditional statements, like if else conditions, and how the for loop is going to run, and what is functions, and what is object oriented programming. So these are all the concepts which comes into every programming language. So just the syntax is going to be different, but what are the concepts you are going to learn in one programming language that will be applicable for every other programming languages as well. So if you start learning a concept perfectly, then you will be achieving to learn other programming as well in a very easier manner. So you can select a Python as your first preference for learning the concepts of programming, because as Python is very easier to write and easy to understand, and easy, it's like simple as English, and everything is straightforward, and the syntax is very simple over there. So we talk about the advantages of programming. So what are the advantages over here? So it has a versatility, performance based. We can increase our performance, and the more productivity will be there, and scalability will be there. So if I talk about, imagine if there is one website, so at a one go, 100 like 1 lakh people are logging into the website. So we should prepare in such a way the code structure, your program should not get break. So these things all we are going to handle. So it should increase its scalability and productivity in this way. So now coming back to the next slide. So which is the language is suitable for beginner? So assume you are all engineering students or any other degree students. We are in the semesters and you are learning programming. So if you want to start learning programming, you should start with the Python. So it is the best suitable programming language for the beginner. So it's easy to learn, explore, and very less syntax. If we compare with other programming language, like almost 45% of code is going to cut out into the Python, because it's very simple and syntax is very less. Everything is like kind of a straightforward. Once you read the program, it's like reading an English, things like that. So, and Python runs through interpreter, we know, and Java runs through compiler, right? Python runs through an interpreter, which is acts like a third party that's process your input into a source code, into a bytecode, into a machine code, and it's open source. So what is mean by open source? Like you can install this Python IDE into your locals, and you can just start working with it, play with the tool, and it's for free for everyone. So which makes it more versatility over that. So coming back to the applications of programming, so what you can achieve after learning programming, so that is the question, that is the main question. So every college, many colleges will tell you about programming, learn programming, and what is after that. So you'll be on question mark in your mind, what's after that. So once you learn programming, right, imagine you have learned the Python programming completely. So after that, you have to switch to the developing the projects, like create a desktop applications. Like you can create a notepad, calculators, and much many more based on your interest. So it's help us to create a desktop applications. Next, it's mainly help us to into the web development process. So it is going to make you a full stack web developer. So you know what is full stack web developer, the person who knows front end, back end, and a database. So when we talk about a back end, in the back end the program is going to come into the picture. So once you learn a programming language, so imagine we have learned a Python programming language, so what is the next step you need to go? So the next step for a web development process, you need to start learning the frameworks of Python, such as Django and a Flask. These are the two top powerful high-level frameworks of Python programming, which makes you to create one full stack web developer application, where you can create like e-commerce website and much many more using these frameworks. And it's very high-level frameworks over here, and it is entirely written with the programming, which is a programming, that's a Python programming language. So if you start with Django or a Flask, you will be seeing entire code of Python itself, and you're going to use all the concepts of Python, such as object-oriented programming and functions, much many more over there. So this is related to the web development. And imagine if a person wants to go into a field of data science and machine learning and AI. So once he start learning a Python programming, so he can learn the data structures concepts, like how we are going to, what is data structures. Data structures are nothing but like when you write a program, if I give any problem statement for you guys to solve it, 100% the people is going to solve it maximum, and they will be having a different approaches to solve a given problem. So we need to apply concepts of data structures, so that how well your code is written, like how minimal space it is taking, how much time it is taking to execute a specific piece of code. So the time complexity and the space complexity matters for every given solution, for every given problem, so which you are giving a solution. So we need to apply all data structure concepts, like graph, trees, and we have lot many things, right, like stack, queues. So concepts of data structures like linked list and trees, lot many more we have. So we need to choose a specific data structure concept to solve a given problem, to make it more fast in the way it's going to take a less spaces over there. So once you start learning these things after learning Python, then we need to, if your person wants to become a machine learning, like a data analyst or a data science, it has to go into the data science field. So he can learn the powerful libraries of Python programming, that is pandas and TensorFlow, scikit-learn, and whichever, like whatever, like we have no, right, in the machine learning we have regressions and lot many things, we have the concept. So before learning the machine learning, we need to be very strong with the Python programming, so that it's the libraries of Python which you are going to learn. So when you understand the programming, then it will be easier to understand all the machine learning libraries. That will be the step 2 for the data analyst people. And even with the help of a programming, we can develop the mobile app applications as well. You can create one backend structure, a strong structure for making it work. Okay, so this is on to the development point of view. Using a programming, we understood like we can create a desktop application, web applications. It helps in data structures and algorithm, and it helps in a machine learning, data science, and AI. So in the next coming sessions regarding machine learning and AI, my friends is going to explore you more. So just I given you and things like these all things we are going to use it in the next step over that. So what is the agenda of the today's session? So let's start with learning a few of, like we cannot cover everything entire Python programming. So I picked up a few of the concepts of programming which is used into a real world in the real applications. And this is a specific concept. When I was in engineering, I was feeling very difficult to understand what it is exactly. So you will be easily understand what is if else condition, while loops, and all. But when you come to the intermediate concepts, like learning functions and what is return statement is exactly is going to do, and what is object oriented programming. So these are the concepts which like intermediate in the semesters in the engineering or anywhere, whenever we start learning it, here we are going to stuck a lot. and it feels some kind of a difficulty to understand what exactly it is. So I will be taking up this specific concepts with a practically for you to understand these specific concepts. We'll take one good case studies, like good examples for understanding these specific concepts, and let's start with the coding part for it. And at the end of these things, so related to this concepts, there will be the quiz will be given from the attenders, so you can participate in the quiz, and there will be win the exciting prizes. So let's start with the coding practical now. Let's begin with the code now. So coming back to my Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to use the Visual Studio Code for writing a specific piece of program. So the two requirements, so you might be using PyCharm, that's an IDE. So you can use PyCharm for writing a Python code. So it's depend upon the interest of a person, like he wants to use which editor to write a code. So I'll be preferring a Visual Studio Code. I don't prefer a light theme. So there will be lovers of light theme and a dark theme in this session, but I have preferred here light theme so that it will be code should be more readable and the visibility should be good for you guys. So I'm using the light theme over there. Okay. So then the requirement here is, as I said, you have to install an IDE, and you need to have a code editor to work with that. So you can just go to the Google and download Python, and you can just download an IDE. So it's a very simple process, a normal installation process, so that you might be knowing it now. So now let's begin with the first concept, that is functions into the Python over here. So now what is functions? So what is function is the first question for you. What is the functions? Why we require these functions? A function is something like it's kind of a one block. So where we are going to write some kind of a logic. So whenever it is required, we are going to call that specific function and it is going to get executed. So imagine if you are not using a function, and if I just simply write this specific piece of code into the editor, when I execute the program, so as you know, the Python, which is going to execute line by line execution, so all the piece of code is going to get executed. But I want something to not get executed until and unless I'm calling that specific piece of block. So when I call, at that time only, it has to run the specific function. So in that case, the functions are going to be most useful over there. And in any web application or any model, which is like, suppose if you are building any logic into an AI or using machine learning, everything. So all those logic, they are going to pack it inside one specific function itself. Okay, so let it be any logic, they are going to pack into the function. So there we are going to be used. So that is, we are going to use a function based or a class based. So in the web application as well. So let's begin with how to declare a specific function. So in other programming language, you have seen, like if you are using a Java, you would have seen about what is void, and you would have seen about the int, they are going to use it. And if you are going to see in JavaScript, directly they are going to use the name that is called as a function in the JavaScript, and in other programming also maybe. But in Python, we are going to use the keyword as def over here. So def is going to be used as a keyword to declare any kind of a function over here. So let's create one function called as greet function. So we are just declaring one function, and I'm just going to give the colon. And if I just enter it, you can see I'll be getting an automated 4 spaces here. If I select, you can see here, we are having a 4 dots, that a 4 spaces where we are going to start the program, writing a logic of this function. It understands like we are writing a piece of code for this specific function, not for any other function. Okay, so we need to always start with the indentation space, that is a 4 spaces over here. So let's see, this function just simply prints something like hello, just prints like hello good morning, something like this. Okay, so it is going to print something hello good morning. This function is going to just print an hello good morning over that. So now when I execute this specific piece of code, now if I just execute this program, if I run here, you can see I'm not getting any kind of an output. It's not giving like a hello good morning. Why? Because as I said in the beginning, it until and unless we are not calling a function, it is not going to get executed. Okay, so now what I'll be doing here is I'm just going to simply call the function outside over here. So let me call the function called as a greet over here. So I'm just going to call the function. How you are going to call a function? With the function name. So the syntax is simple: function and a function name and a logic. If I want to execute the function, I need to simply call the specific function name over here. So once I execute this, you can see I got an output into my terminal by saying here as a hello good morning over here. So I'm just going to zoom a little bit. So you can see I got this specific hello good morning over here over there. Okay, so this is how the normal a simple function is going to work. So imagine if I have some other function called as employee details. So I'm going to tell here as a function name as a employee details. So this function is going to just print some employee details, like employee is I'm just going to mention here as an employee is Rohan, and his salary is 50,000, something I have just given over here. Okay. So now again, if I just try to execute the program, it is not going to call. So until and unless I'm not calling a function, it is not going to call it here. So I'm just going to simply call the function with the function name here. So once I call the function name, you can see this piece of code is going to get executed. Once I execute, we can see I am able to call the function over here. So that is how the function we are going to create, and we are going to write some piece of logic. So now imagine why we need functions. That's I said to block we can inside a block we can write entire logic over there, and you can call whenever I want. It's not like you can only call one time or two times. So whenever you require, you can call a same function again and again. In this case, you can understand the code reusability concept is coming into the picture over there. So imagine after this employee details, I want to call again one more the same function that is called as a greet function. I can just simply call again the same function with the function name, and it's going to execute the piece of code. If I execute, you can see here into the output, hello, good morning, employee is Rohan and salary is 50,000, and hello, good morning. I was able to print it over here. So this is how the normal function is going to be in there. So this function is something which is not used by the any kind of parameters. So it's just a normal declaration of a function. Now let's move on to the step number 2, like giving the parameter. Let's see how we can send the parameters to a function and access it, and I can able to print it over here. So imagine now I'm just going to comment out this lines of code. Now again, I'm just going to call the same function, that is an employee details function. In the employee details, whenever I call this employee details function, right, so I need to pass two parameter, like what is the name of the employee and what is his specific salary over here. So I'm going to pass in this parameter, like whenever I'm calling a function, along with calling a function, I'm going to give the parameters for it. Like I'm just going to tell here as a RO HAN Rohan. So this is what it is going, it is a string I am passing to the function, the first parameter, and I'm going to pass the salary as 50,000 over here for this specific person. Okay. So once I pass the function, when I execute now, so when I execute this piece of code, let me remove this. So when I execute this code now, I'll be getting an error. So you can see the error is saying me, okay, you're calling a function employee details, but employee details is not accepting any arguments. Whatever you're passing, right, the Rohan 950,000, you're passing it to me, but I'm unable to iterate those value. So it's saying the function is saying it takes two argument, but you have not given any kind of variables to access it. So in that case, I'm just going to tell, okay, fine, whatever the name first argument you get right from the function, you just store it into a variable called as name, and whatever the second argument you're going to get it from the function, just store it into the another variable name that's called as a salary variable over here. Whatever you can name it over here. It's not any compulsory you have to give this same names. You can use any kind of names, as that should be a proper variable with the proper variable conditions. So now I have accessing this name now. So now see, if I execute the program now, if I execute, I was able to see the output. So I was able to see this specific.
Sorry for the interruption. Participants, நம்ம போல் கொஷின்ஸ் ஓப்பன் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ உங்களோட சேட்ல பார்த்தீங்கன்னா போல் கொஷின் இருக்கும். ஸோ யார் ஹையஸ்ட் நம்பர் ஆஃப் போல் கொஷின்ஸ் கரெக்டாக ஆன்சர் பண்றீங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வி வில் கிவ் கிஃப்ட் வச்சேன். ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ எவ்ரி செஷன் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன் பிட்வீன் வி வில் ரைஸ் போல் கொஷின். 5 minutes தான் அந்த போல் கொஷின் இருக்கும். நீங்க ஆன்சர் பண்ணிட்டீங்க அப்படின்னா அது அக்கௌண்ட் ஆயிருக்கும், இல்லை அப்படின்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அது ஸ்கிப் ஆயிடும். ஸோ யூ ஹேவ் டு டேக் இட் அவுட். அண்ட் நீங்க அந்த போல் கொஷின் பண்ணும்போது உங்களோட நேம் அலாங் வித் காலேஜ் நேமோட பேஸ் பண்ணுங்க. அப்பதான் கரெக்டான கேண்டிடேட்டை எங்களால் ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் பண்ணி ரெகக்னைஸ் பண்ண முடியும். So every session, we are in the first session இல்லைங்களா? So every session we have to post 5 poll இருக்கும். So அந்த எல்லா போலுமே கரெக்டா ஆன்சர் பண்ற பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ்க்கு we will recognize it. Thank you.
Yeah. So you can see here when I call a function here, so you can able to see here I'm passing the name and I'm passing a salary for the function. So now let's understand whether how the data is going to pass it over here. So this is the some static data which we have been printing. That's not going to take any kind of information from the variable. So now I want to make this function called as dynamic over here. So I wanted to access the variable dynamically. So I'm going to use the concept of f string. So f string is something that takes a string and it takes the variable from the function as well. Okay. So now at the place of a Rohan, right, I'm just going to apply a flower bracket. I'll just tell I wanted to access the variable that is name, whatever I'm getting it over here. So I'm going to pass it over here. And in the place of a salary, whatever the salary I am passing, I wanted to load that data dynamically. So I'm going to copy this salary and I'm just going to paste it over here. So the salary is here. So now see, whenever I call a function, I'm calling with the two parameter. That's we are passing a Rohan here and I'm passing a salary here as a 50,000 over here. So once I just try to execute the program, we can able to see the employee is Rohan and the salary is 50,000 over here. So the data is getting passed dynamically. Now imagine I wanted to print some other details, like I'm going to pass here as something like Aditya over here, and his salary is I'm going to mention here as 1,50,000. And if I just take another example, like here as here I'll just tell as Amruta over here. So here her salary, if it is 30,000 something. So if I just pass the value to the function, so the function is going to call again and again, because we are calling the function 3 times. It's the function is going to execute for 3 times, and it is for every time whenever it's getting executed, it is going to take the parameters from the function and it is going to update it, and we are going to see the values into the terminal. So if I execute this program, so you can see employer name is Rohan, salary is 50,000, employee is Aditya, salary is 1.5k, and the employee is Amruta and salary is 30k over here. So this is how the functions can be called, and we can pass the parameters to the function. So here the code reusability concept is coming into the picture over here. So this is about the functions with parameter over there. So let me create another file. I hope these things are clear. So how to create a functions, how to pass the parameters to the functions and call it over there. Now the next function concept I'm just going to start, that is the functions with return type. So I'm going to create a new file by functions return.py file. So this functions is going to be same, but it will be having some kind of a return statement over there. So in this case, I'm just going to copy the same function, that is an employee details function, and I'm just going to paste it over here. So in this function, imagine we are having a name and a salary. So we have a name and a salary over here, right? So this is a name and a salary function, we are having it here. So in this function, I'm just going to create, imagine for every employee detail, employee, we are going to give some kind of a bonus over there. So I'm just going to give one some kind of a bonus. So for every employee I wanted to give the bonus of 10,000, I'm just going to create one variable for every employee, just give the bonus of 10,000 for everyone, no matter what his specific salary over here. And I wanted to return that specific output outside the function over here. Now first I'll explain with this now. So I'm going to tell you, whenever a data is getting printed, like employee name is salary and his salary is with his salary for this month. Okay, for this month is whatever the salary, current salary he is having, and along with that I want to add the specific bonus to him. So I'm going to simply tell plus bonus over here. So plus bonus bonus, it has to give the salary plus bonus. Or else let's do one thing, I'm going to tell the employee's name and his salary is salary, whatever the salary is salary. So I wanted to add the bonus and get back that value for it. So what I'll do here is I'm just going to tell here as some kind of an amount. I'm just going to tell here as a amount variable is equals to whatever the salary we are having, just use that salary of a employee. Along with that, just add the bonus for him. Just add the specific bonus, that is 10,000 bonus for that specific person. And whatever the amount is there, just return back to the, so I'm just going to return this specific amount to the function. So this function is returning something for me. So whenever I call the function, it is executing the logic, like printing the employee names and his salary, then is adding whatever the base salary along with the bonus, it is getting added, and it is giving back this amount to us. So whenever I call the function, it gives us some kind of a response to us, like it is going to return something. So in this function, it is not returning anything, it is just simply performing the piece of logic whatever it is there. It is not returning anything for us. But this function with the return statement, we have a return here, it is returning something for us. It's returning some kind of, it can be anything, it can be a string, it can be an integer, it can be a dictionary, a list, whatever. But in this case, it's returning some integer value to us. That's something that's an amount for us. Okay, so let's see now. I'm just going to call an employee details function here. So in this, I'm going to pass one new name here as a something like, I'll just tell here as ARK, and I'm going to just pass some salary here as a 30,000. So when I execute this specific program, so I'll be able to see the employee's ARK and the salary is 30,000 now. And I'm again, imagine I wanted to get what is amount. So I said this, whenever I call the function, it is going to return us something, right? It's going to return us something. So it is returning us amount. But whenever we call a function, we need to take the information from this, right? I need to take this function is returning something to us. That's fine. How we are going to take from that specific function? So what I'll give here is I'm going to tell here some variable. I'm going to tell here as employee1. I'll just take a variable e1 is equals to employee details. It means whenever this specific functions gets called, this piece of line is get executed, it is going to return you the amount. Like if I pass here as a 30,000 plus 10,000 is 40,000. It is going to return the 40,000 at this specific place. It is going to be something like this. It will be like e1 is equals to 40,000. It is going to be something like this. Okay, because it is returning something. Whenever I call this, it's giving something, that is 40,000. It is returning us, and this I'm just going to store it into a variable that is a employee1 over here. So now see, if I just try to print the value, so I'm going to just tell print here is the returned value for e1. So let's start, for example, return value of employee1 is, I'm just going to just see whether it is returning actually or it is not returning us. So once I just pass e1 here, so if I execute the program, so you can see the employee ARK salary is 30,000. The return value of for e1 is 40,000. You can see it's returning the 40,000 output over here. So if there was a no concept of return statement, is there any way that I can access the salary amount, whatever, along with the bonus outside the function? Inside I can print it as fine, but is there any way that I can access the value outside of the function? No. So that is why the return concept is introduced. Like whenever we call any kind of a function, it has to return us something so that we can make use of that value anywhere into our program or outside the program or wherever we want, we can make use of it now. So imagine there will be one problem statement for you guys, like create a function which takes two employee details and give them bonus as 10,000 and add the both employees total salary. Okay, so in that case you cannot do it without a return statement. So we need to use the return statement itself. Let's take that example now. Let's create one example, employee 2 here. So his employee details I'm just going to tell here as something like, I'll just tell here as a Rahul over here. Okay, Rahul, and salary is, let me give it as a 50,000 for him. So in this case now it has to be, it will be like e2 is equals to how much? The 50,000 plus 10,000 bonus, it is going to be 60,000, right? So it will be going to be the 60,000 now, and the first even salary is going to be a 40, e2 is going to get a 60 over here. So I'm going to just tell return value for a variable, the employee 2 is whatever the employee 2 is there, I'm going to print it here. And I wanted to just print, I'm just going to tell here as a total. I'm just going to print something called as a total. What is the total amount I wanted to print it? So if I give here as a total is equals to, I'm just simply going to tell sum it, e1 plus e2. So I'm just going to sum the total of the employee 1, that is a 40,000 plus a 60,000. It is going to return as the total amount over here. So in this case, I am doing this specific piece of code over here. So if I execute the program, so you can able to see as expected, we are saying like employee is ARK, salary is 30K, and employee Rahul is salary is 50,000. These original salaries, and the return value for employee 1 is going to be 40,000, and return value for an employee 2 is a 60,000. And if I try to add both the employee 1 and employee 2, you can say I got a total amount of 1 lakh rupees over here. So this is where the return statement is in the real time, it is going to be used over here. So I hope you got this understanding the difference between a normal function and a parameterized functions, and how exactly a return is going to be used. So return is used whenever we call any function, when we are expecting the function should perform some logic and it has to return some output for us so that we can use into our program. So in that case, we are going to use the functions with return statements over here. So I hope this concepts is clear. Now, there are the next things. So again, the advanced one, that is args and cogs, you can explore that. But now we'll move on to the object-oriented programming. Then here in the object-oriented programming, we'll see like what exactly is class, what is an object, and why we need object. And we are going to see about a constructor. If the time permits, we are going to see about the inheritance as well. So let's move on to the next concept, that is an object-oriented programming, oops1.py. So in the oops1.py, so I'm going to mention as a object-oriented programming over here. So which is the most used concept into a programming world. And if you are attending any interviews after your semesters, so the most of the interview questions are going to arise from the object oriented programming itself. So they're not going to ask you about a lot of big advanced things. The basics, the interview is going to start from the object oriented programming. So the interviewer will understand like how knows you, how much knowledge you have on this object oriented programming, and how what is mean by class, what is meant by inheritance, what is polymorphism, abstractions. These all concepts you need to be very thorough for understanding it. So let's start with the basic foundation of an object oriented programming, that is about the class and an object over here. So everything is about a class and an object into this programming. So whenever imagine like let's take one example. Now you are going to use an sign up. I'll give one example for let's take one example of a class human over here. So let's take one example of a class human. So every human is similar, right? Everyone has like eyes, heart, everything, like some kind of an like functionality we have for every human. But now let's see how this we can just make it as a main class. Like if you talk about the human structure or a skeleton, that is going to be one specific class. So all the objects, object 1 and object 2 and object 3. So all the objects are, so whichever the object which we are inheriting from the class human. So we have one prototype. So once where the next specific children is going to come, right? So you can treat this as them as an object 1, object 2, object 3 and object 4. So every person has a different life, different soul, but the similarity is going to come from the main class, that is a human itself. So all the properties of the human, all the properties of like what all the like I can just tell about a data members, we call it into the programming. In a normal way, if I tell like a person has hands, legs and eyes, all those things, right? But all we can treat it as properties. Those properties going to given to the objects whichever we are creating from the class human over there, so that you can treat it with a normal example. So if we talk about a programmatical way now, so imagine let's create one specific class as a human. So let's take this class as an example, the class human. So in the class human, let's take one example. So every human is going to have a human name, right? So I'm just going to tell every human is going to have one specific human name. So I'm just going to tell here as simply I'll just take it as a name over here. Okay, so every human is going to have a name. So the default name, I'm just going to keep it here as a human name over here. Okay, I'm just going to keep the name as a human name, something like default value I'm just keeping for the human name over here. And every human is going to have some age as well, right? Every human have some kind of an age. Let's give an example. The human age is 50 over here. Okay, the default value I'll just keep it as a 80. So 80 is the lifespan of a human. Normally I've just given over here. And every human has some kind of a property. Let's create one example. Let's create one function now. So inside a class we are creating one specific function, that a def. Now I want to create one properties of a human. So if I take one normal properties of a human, so every human is going to sleep, right? So I'm just going to tell a function name as sleep, and every functions we in the class is going to take one specific argument that's called as a self argument. I'll just tell what is self. Right now I'm just giving as a simply self here. So I'm just going to simply print it over here, that is human sleeps. Something like human sleeps have been given over here. Now we have created one prototype, so which we are having a 2 variable and we have one specific function. With our normal understanding, we can see into a code, a class human has 2 variables and there is one function, that is a sleep function, and we have written some print statement like human sleeps. Now I wanted to create an object. This is how we have created one prototype of a class. Now I want to create an object. Now let's create one specific object called as human one. I'll just create it as an object one. I'll give it as a obj1. So one is an object we are creating for the class, that is human over here. I'm just going to call the class name, that is a human over here. We are creating an object one for the class human now. So it means for this prototype human, we created one object. That means one human being has been born. Okay, one human being we have developed from this specific class. So this object has all the access for these variables, and this object has all the access for the class area, this specific function over here. Now let's come back to an original object oriented concept now. So whatever you are seeing inside the class, normally we call this as a variables. So when we talk the variables inside the class, these specific variables we are going to call as a data members of the class, data members of class human. So these variables we are going to call it as a data members of the class. Okay, not variables itself, that's correct, but in the actual way we have to call, these are data members of the class. That is a data member variable. This is a data member variable. And this, whatever you are seeing, this is looks like similar to the functions, but the functions which is inside the class, that we are going to call it as a methods. That we are going to call it as a methods of the class. Methods and functions are similar, but whatever we are seeing inside the class, those things we can call it as a method. You can see if I hover it here, it is telling me method over here, which takes self argument, that's we are going to call it as a method over there. So this is how the things is going to work. Now moving to the next step. Now as I said, we have created a class and we have created an object. Now I wanted to make sure like we have created a prototype of this specific object or not. So to access that, I'm just going to just try to print whether I can able to get the object one details. So I'm going to tell object one dot name. I wanted to access this value with the help of the object. I'm going to tell object one dot name over here, and I wanted to access the object of age. I'm going to tell object one dot age over here. I'm going to access it in this way. And if I just execute this program, you can able to see whatever the default value we have given for the class, that is a name and a age, I can able to print it. You can see human name I have and human age is 80 we have. So the normal name we are going to call. This is the default names we have set it. We have kept it, that I am accessing it here. And along with that, with the help of an object which we have created, I can access the methods of the class as well. I can access the method of the class, that is a, right now we have only one single method, that is a sleep method. If I want to call a sleep, I'm just going to simply call a method sleep. From the object one, I want to call a method called as a sleep. If I execute it, you can see human sleeps. I'm able to get it over here. Okay, so this is how we can create an object and a class. So this is a class and we have created a prototype, and here we are creating an object. After creating an object, I can access all the data members of the class. I can access all the methods of this specific class over here. So a default method we are having it here. Now imagine, okay, the human we have the one specific child has been evaluated from the human. Now I want to keep the own name for it. I wanted to just keep the name for this specific object, the different name, and I wanted to keep the age as well, the different age. And these things, can we do it? Yes, obviously you can do it. So how we are going to do? So I'm going to do it in this way. First, for the object one, I wanted to set the name that is equals to, suppose I'm going to keep a name for one child. Let's keep one specific name here as Harshit over here. Okay, so let's keep the object one name as Harshit, and I'm going to keep the name for the age for him. So I'm going to tell for the object one dot age, I'm just going to set it as, imagine I'm going to set it as 1 year, something like that. Okay, I have kept the human name to Harshit and I have kept the object one age to 80 over here. Okay, so once I just try to print the same thing, if I just try to print after setting a value, if I just try to print the values like this, if I just try to print the object one name and object one dot age, if I execute, you can see I was able to get the values which I have set it over here. So in this way we can understand, for a data members of a class, with the help of an object I can set the specific value. So there are the n number of methods to set the value. This is the first method I have said you, but we prefer using a constructor method. Like we are going to use the concept of constructor to set the values for a specific object. So that we'll see in some time. Right now this is all the basic foundation for it. So now, can access the information of this person? Yes, I can access it. So for that I'm just going to create one more method to create it as a, what is the human details. So I'm going to tell as a human details method. That is going to take one self argument again, because it is a method, and I'm just going to print here as a human name is. So I'm going to just tell human name is, that is as from the using a self argument we need to access the values. So for that specific, which is the object we are calling, use those specific object details itself. Okay, so I'm using as a self dot name, and I'm just going to put a comma here again. So I'm going to tell here as a human name is yes, and human age is something like self dot age over there. Okay, and I'm going to just start with the slash n, that is a new line. So now let's save this now. So once I save this, if I call the object one dot human details, I want to see what is the human details now. So when I call the object one dot human details, now it is going to take these values. It will tell me that the human name is Harshit and human age is the one, it is going whatever we have said. If I execute this, you can able to see here the human name is Harshit and the human age is 1 over here. So this is how we are going to create an object and we are going to create a specific class. So this will be the prototype, And with the help of this prototype, we can just create n number of objects we want. So let me create another object. Let's try to create a object 2. So let me create an object 2 here is equals to, again, I'm just going to create it as a class human as an object. Let's try to create an object 2 here. So let's set some values to it. So let's tell here as a object 2 dot name. Let's give it here as Anika here. So let's give as object 2 name as Anika. And let's give here of the object 2 dot age is equals to 25. Let's give some name and age for that specific new object, that is a name, and I have set the 25 here. Now if I want to access the object 2 details, specifically I want to access the object 2 details, so I can just tell object 2 dot, I wanted to print the human details of an object 2. If I execute this specific thing, you can able to see here the human name is Harshit, human age is 1, and you can see human age is Anika, human age is 25. So it is not going to conflict the object 1 details with the object 2 details. So that's with the help of this self, the methods, it is going to access the values from the object which is stored into some specific address. For every object, it is going to store an address into an operating system. So there we are going to store the data. So it is going to refer that specific address, and it is going to access it, and it is going to show you the details over here. So this is how the object oriented programming is going to work. Like we have saw a normal how we can create a class, and how we can create a methods, and how to create an object we saw, and how to set the values for an object we have seen, and how to print some, how to call a methods of the objects. Like we saw how to call a methods like sleep method, like a human details method for a given object over here. So this is the basic foundation of programming here. So they like in the object oriented programming, so they'll ask you what is class. So class is something where we will be having a data members and some kind of a methods, so where we can initialize the object values and make it available throughout the program. And what is object? Object is the instance of a class. Like object is an instance of the class, in the sense we are going to create an objects for the classes, that we are creating some prototypes of the class. So what is the use of an object? So with the objects, I can set any kind of a data members of a class. I can call the methods of the given class, and I can set the specific values for the specific object over there. And even I can iterate those information whenever it is required over there. So this is how the specific object oriented basic foundation is going to work. So now let's move with one real-time example for an ops2. So let's create one oops2.py. Let's see one real-time example into an IT. Like everyone have done the sign up and login things, right, in your life. Definitely you would have signed up in any of the website. You would have done the sign up thing, where you are going to provide your email address, where you are going to provide your passwords and first name, last name, whatever it is. So how they are going to store the data into the database. So for that, imagine there is I'll give one normal flow how it is going to be there. So imagine you are going to enter your name. Let's take three inputs. You're going to take it as a name, okay? And you're just passing your email address, and you're just passing your password for a given form. So these are all the data you're just doing into the form. So basically, into a front-end screen. So let's create it into a front-end screen. There is a SIGNUP sign up form where you are filling this three data. We are filling this three data: name, email, and the specific password over here. So once you fill the data, so it takes the data to the backend. It takes the data to the backend. Imagine you are just creating it will be something like object 1. So it will just create like an object 1. So in the object 1, imagine you are passing a name here as ERK, and you're just passing some erk@gmail.com, and you're just passing some kind of a password like ERK123. Imagine you are passing in the form the name and an email, and you're passing in ERK, that is 123, as a password. So that data it takes from the form, and it will go to the backend. So for a backend, there will be one specific class. There will be one specific class, like a sign up class. So in this class, that is going to take the name, it is going to take the email address, and it is going to take the specific password over there, and it is just going to perform some kind of a logic. Imagine it is going to take some kind of a logic, and it is just going to store it over here. So we are just passing this information to the class, that is a sign up class, and you are just creating one object over here. So this object data, then it is just going to store it into the database. That, like, let's tell the object 1 is created. Okay, I hope you are understanding the flow. You are filling a form here, and whenever you pass the data, it takes to the backend, and there will be a class returned to it. That class takes these arguments, and it is just going to store it. That creates one object, and that object details, it is just going to store it into the database over here. So this is what a normal flow it is going to work. I just given one simple example, like a normal flow of a sign up, filling a form, passing a data to the backend, and that data we are going to create an object, and that object we are going to store it into our database. Okay, this is what normal flow it is going to be taken. So whenever you are doing to login, let's take when you do the login, again the same thing happens. It takes the email, and it takes the specific password from the front end. It takes the password from the front end. Again, in the back end, it is going to iterate it. It takes the iterate data from object. It is going to iterate the data from the specific object from where? From the database. It is going to iterate it. If all good, you will be given the access to the login over here. So this is how the normal flow it is going to work, right? So it is going here, we are storing the object. When you want to access it, we are accessing with the object details. So in this example, how we are accessing the data, you can see by using object1.name. Here we are setting the value. Here we are accessing the value. Same, it is going to work in the real-time example. This is how the formal normal setup is going to work. So now let's make this thing into the reality now. Let me remove this. Let's create a proper code for this. So I've given you the overview on it. Now let's try to create that now. So imagine there is one class. So let's create a class called as a register. Or else I'll just give the sign up as the class name. Class sign up. And this sign up, let's keep it something as empty now. Right now I'm just giving as a pass. There is nothing into this. There is no logic for the class sign up here. Now I want to register one object data. So I wanted to register one object data. So that is going to take the class that is a sign up. And when I call the sign up class, imagine you are getting from the form, you are getting the email address, passwords, and all those things. Those data I'm passing the data to the class sign up over here. So imagine there is the data which we are receiving from the form. First thing, like we are getting a name of this specific person. So for the name of a specific person, let's take one name. Rahul is the name. We are getting it. And he's giving his name, the email address, that is rahul@gmail.com, and he's giving his specific password. So imagine the password is going to come into the encrypt or a decrypt manner, so that we have to use it. But right now I'll just give it simple, like Rahul123. So he's passing his name, and he's passing his email address, and he's passing his password to us. So that data, we need to pass this data to the class that is a sign up now. So now how you are going to pass that data? So this is the next method. So previously we did like sign up dot name is equals to Rahul, sign up dot email is equals to rahul@gmail.com, sign up dot or password is equals to password we are passing. But now we are passing into a professional way, like we are passing through the class now. So with the help of a constructor, I'm just going to set it now. So now let's create one specific class called as a constructor. Let's introduce to the concept of constructor. So what is constructor exactly? A constructor is a class from one default method that is going to get executed whenever an object is created. So let me give an statement. It get executed when the object is created. Okay. So let's see how we are going to declare the constructor. So we are going to use the method that is a init method. So in the Python, we are having the method called as a init. So if you take in the Java, the constructor name will be similar as the class name, but in Python, the constructor is been given with the name called as a init method over there. Okay. So in this method, I'm just going to tell one print statement like I'm a default, default default constructor. Okay, I'm a default constructor over here. So let me comment out this now. For proving whether the constructor is running or not, let me create one object. So I'll just create one obj is equals to, I'm just going to call a class sign up now. So once I just execute this method, see when I execute this specific method, we have given a statement, it will get executes when object is created. We are creating an object at the line number 8 for a class sign up. Then when I run the program, I need to see into my console that this is getting executed. So when I execute the program, you can see I got a message like I am a default constructor. You can see whenever I create an object, this method is going to run default. If I create an object 2, let me create an object 2. It is going to run for the every object. Whenever a new object gets created, this constructor is going to run compulsory over there. Okay, so this is how the things is going to be there. Now coming back to the concept, now to set, I need to just I will just show this example. Now I'm passing this data, right? I'm passing some data like a name, I'm passing email, and I'm passing the password. Now I need to take these values to the class constructor and I need to set those values. So how we are going to set that? With the help of the self argument, with the help of a self argument. So first I'll tell here, okay, self will be a normal self argument. I'll tell, okay, this class is going to expect 3 argument. The first argument can be a name, and the second argument we are getting as an email, and the third argument we are getting as a password over there. So these are the 3 argument which this method is getting, it is expecting from you guys. So that we are passing now. Okay, that things we are passing it now. So once I pass now, I need to set it with the help of a self. I'll just tell, okay, self.name. You need to create one self.name data member. For the data member, set the value as a Rahul. So this Rahul you are storing into another variable called as a name. So this name I'm just going to pass it over here. In this case, what happens? Rahul is going to pass to the class signup. It will come, it is going to iterate here. Whatever the iterated data are there, that I'm just going to store it into a data member called as a self.name over here. Okay, that is how the things work. Same thing I'm just going to say again. So self.email. So just self.email is equals to email, and self.password is equals to password over here. So these are all the data I'm iterating from the class and I'm just setting it here. So let's see whether it is setting or not. So let me just try to execute this. I'm just going to tell here as a print statement. I'll say like I have set the values for given object. Okay, so imagine, let's see whether this executes or not. Now we are passing 3 argument. We are iterating the 3 argument, and we are calling a default constructor will run whenever the object is getting created, and I am setting this specific value over here. So if the line number 5, 6, 7 gets executed, only in that scenario the line number 8 we are going to see into the terminal. So when I run the program, you can see the first thing it is saying I am a default constructor. You can see I have set the values for a given object. You can see it is showing me it got ran, all these 3 has been set, and it's telling us a success message that I have set the values for a given object over here. So it means whatever the value, whatever the object we got, whatever the data we got from the form, for that we have just created an object now. So now let's going to comment this line of code, this for your understanding. Now let's create one method. So let's create one specific method that is going to give us the method name. I'm just going to keep it as a user details. So I wanted to just create one method that gives us the what is the user details here. So again, this is going to take a self argument. This is a method, and here I'm just going to tell, I'm going to make use of a return statement here. I'm going to just tell return whenever I call this user details method with the help of an object, it has to give me the values of the user, such as name, email, and a password over here. So I'm going to make use of an f string. I'm just going to tell here I want to return the values. I'm going to just tell here as a user name is, I'm just going to just tell self.name. I want to send him the name. Then into the new line, I'm just going to tell user email is, and self.email, and into the new line I'm just going to tell here as a user password is self.password. Okay, so whenever I call this method, what it gives the user information for me. Okay, this gives the user information. So let's see whether it is going to give us the user information or not. So I'm going to just tell here I wanted to just store the data. So I wanted to get here as a something. I'll just tell as a get user info is equals to, I'm going to just tell user info is equals to, from the object 1. Okay, from the object 1 I wanted to get the user information. I'm going to tell from the object 1 get the user details. I'm just going to call the method user details from the object 1 dot user details method. So when I call this method, it returns this data for us, and that data we are just storing into the get user info here. And if I just try to print the get user information, And if I execute the program now, if I execute this specific program, so I can able to see the username is Rahul, the username is rahul@gmail.com, the username is rahul@123 over here. So this is how we are going to use the concept of constructor into the object oriented programming. The constructor role is to set the object data members like name, email, whatever it is, and we are going to set it into this way. And we have created one method called as user detail method. This method gives, whenever I call this method, it is going to return us the information over here. So now you can ask me one question like how we are going to use it in the real time. Imagine whenever the user gets created, we are just creating an object. The line number 14 is for the user creation method. The line number 15 here is for retrieving the information. So when you retrieve the information, when I do the login part, at a time I'll retrieve the information of the specific object based on the email or based on an name or based on an object ID. So once I get the information, I can match the data. So now you can see I got the email address and the password whenever I'm retrieving it here, right? So you can see whenever I retrieve, I was able to get the email ID and the password. So in the time of a login, you can get the information from the form, that is the email and the password. If the data is matched with this specific data, then you can make that specific user to be logged in into the session over there. So that is how the real time it is going to work. So this is for the object one creation. Now I'm going to start with this from the new line over here, /n. Okay, /n is basically a new line. Now let's create an object too. Imagine there is a second person is getting registered into our website. So he is going to be treated as an object two for a second person. So again, I'm just going to tell here as object two is equals to, again, I'm going to make use of the same class. Now this different value, I can pass it over here. So I can just pass it as Anika here, and I'll just tell here as the name, anika@gmail.com. And I'm just going to keep the password here as a test@123 something. So in this case, the object 2 is getting, object 2 will be get created. And if I wanted to access the object 2 information, I'm going to tell it as a object 2 user info. I'm just going to create one variable, object 2 user info is equals to, from the specific object 2, I wanted to get the method of the class, that is the user details method. So I'm just going to copy, I'm just going to call this user details method, and I'm just going to print that information. I'm going to just print the object to user info. So whenever I execute, you can see this data is not going to get conflict with this. This data is not going to get conflict with the object one. When I tell here as object one dot user details, it is going to give the correct object user details itself. When I tell here as object two dot user details, it will give the object two details itself. It is not going to mismatch because this object is going to store it into a different address into our system, or even if in our operating system. So it is going to iterate that and it is going to give us. So if I execute this, you can see I was able to get the user one information, and I was able to get the user two information as well over here. So this is how the object, the main base foundations of the object oriented programming I have explored you. We have seen class, and we have seen a data members, methods. Then we saw a new concept that's called as an inheritance over there. This we have given as an inheritance over there. So this is how the object oriented programming is going to work. So still I have 5 minutes of time for my end. So I wish to introduce with the concept of inheritance as well into a very simple way. So what is inheritance over here? By giving one real example like parent and child relationship over there. Okay, so let's create an new file by that is oops3.py file. And in the oops3.py file, let's see what is the inheritance. See, object-oriented programming is there, right? So whatever the object-oriented programming is there, I personally feel it's entirely like matching with the human tendency, like how the human structure is there, how the human behavior is there, and how we have family, relatives, and all these things, friends. So same thing like object-oriented programming is also like a kind of a one family. That's like family is one thing, and data members you can treat it as your friends. The methods you can create it as the human habits, and when we talk about the inheritance, you can treat it as a human relatives. Okay, you can just match this object oriented programming with the latest with the latency of the human. So if you understand in this way, it will be more easier to understand, and you'll never forget in your life like the concepts of hoops. So let's see like how it is matching with the human in the inheritance. Now, if I talk about the inheritance, normally if I talk about me, I am inherited from my parents, right? And my parent has been inherited from my grandfathers, right? And they are from there. So it keeps on going to the ancestors. So same way, even here in the inheritance is also something same way. Let's see, there is a one class called as a parent, P-A-R-E-N-T, parent class here. Okay, this is a class parent. And I'm just going to tell here as a parent. I'm just going to tell here as the, let's give one specific parent property. So let's create one parent property dev. I'm just going to create one parent property. Like I can just tell here as what I can give the parent name. So let's create as a parent property as name. So let's create one something called as a what I can just tell here as a blood group. So blood group, I'll just create it as a method. So this blood group, imagine this parent has a blood group of B positive. So this parent has a blood group of the B positive over here. Okay, and this is the one class parent. And let me create one class called as a child class. So I'm going to create a new class, that is a child class. This class is inheriting the parent class. I'm going to tell this class is inheriting the parent class over here. Okay, so I'm just going to tell here as a def. I'm just going to, let's create not blade group, let's create one called as a property. I'm going to say as a parent property. Let's create as a parent property. I'm just going to tell as a print statement. I'm just going to mention as a parent property. This is a parent property class. So I created another class that is a child that is inheriting a class parent. And this function I'm just going to as a child property. So this I'm just going to print it here as a child property. So in this, I need to pass the self argument. You use or not, definitely you need to pass the self argument into the methods, whichever it has been inside your class over here. So we have a two class now. It is a class parent and a class child. In the class child, we are inheriting the class parent class over here. Okay. So imagine I'm going to create another class. There is a class son. This son, imagine this is the son of this specific child over here. Okay. So I'm going to mention here as a child over here. So I'm just going to tell here as a def, that is a son property. So for son property, I'm going to just take it as a self argument, and I'm just going to print it is a son property. Okay. Now imagine when I create an object for the class son. If I create an object for the class son, let me create an object for the class son. I'm going to tell object for the son. I'm creating an object for the son is equals to I'm going to use the class son over here. So I'm just calling the class that is a son class over here. So when I call this specific class son, this son is inherited by a class child, and this child is inherited by a class parent. In this case, this son has all the access for the child class, and this son has all the access for the parent class. Why? Because it is inheriting it, right? You can say I've used as inherited as a child here. That means we are inheriting this property. Again, whether this class is inheriting something, yes, this is inheriting the parent class. So this is also this access it has. So it means this is my parents, and these are my parents, and this is me. So I have all the access of the properties of my parents and my grandparents as well. Same way for this object has all the access for this specific property, this one and this one over there. And if I just try to print it now, where tell here as the object son dot, you can see I can able to print the child property, and I can able to print the specific son property as well, and I can able to print the parent property as well. So this specific object has all the access for the above classes over here. So this is, we are going to call it as a multiple inheritance over here. This is like a multi-level inheritance, right? This is a concept. You can see child property, son property, and a parent property, because the object which we created, that we created for the class son now. Now let's try to create an object for the class parent. Now we are creating for the object that is a parent. We create an object for the class parent. If I just call about the class parent over here, now this object will have only access for this property. This class is not inheriting by any other class. This can access only this specific property. They don't have access for the child or a son property. Even you can see here, if I just tell here as object parent dot, you can see I have access only for the parent property. So I cannot access the child or a son property, his grandson or a son property, he cannot access our parent. That is how the inheritance is going to come into the picture over here. You can say I'm able to see only the parent property for the line number last over here. So this is how the concept of inheritance works. And the inheritance is basically accessing the data from other class by just inheriting in it. So this is the next pillar of the object-oriented programming. So the major 5 pillars are encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, abstractions, class, and objects. So these are all the topics you have to be thorough for your interview processes over here. So the time is up. So I hope this session got more insightful for you guys to understand the concepts of Python programming. And we saw a syntax and we saw within a lot of example. I hope this was more insightful for you guys. So over to the team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anis. Thank you for your valuable insights. Dear participants, the second session will be shortly started. And before that, so chatல பாப்பீங்க ஒரு registration form post பண்ணிட்டே இருக்காங்க. So அந்த registration form complete பண்ணீங்க அப்படின்னா தான் you will be get on certification from our end. You will be get on attendance from our end. So the form filling is mandatory. Don't forget to fill that form. Each and every participant of this session have to fill that form. So and second thing, அந்த போல் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ரிப்பீட்டா சேட் பாக்ஸ்ல போஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. சப்போஸ் நீங்க ஒரு டைம் மிஸ் பண்ணிட்டா கூட நீங்க சேட்ல ரிப்பீட் டைம்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பா அந்த போல் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் அவைலபிள் இருக்கும். ஸோ த செகண்ட் செஷன் வில் ஸ்டார்ட் பை 11:35 to 12:45. அகைன் 12:50 to 1:50 வரைக்கும் லஞ்ச் பிரேக் நம்ம பண்றோம். அகைன் we can commence the afternoon session by 1:55. Niveta, are you in air?
Yeah.
Niveta, you can admit the second industry speaker. I think
Yeah.
he's on back.
What's his name?
Niveta, I think you are in mute. Hello.
Hello, bro. கேக்குதா?
கேக்குதுங்க. ஸ்பீக்கர் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அவரை கொஞ்சம் அட்மிட் பண்ணிடுறீங்களா?
யா, அவர் பேரு?
ஒரு நிமிஷம். Mr. Sai Anand. Okay, perfect. Students, again I am repeating, registration form filling is mandatory. Even though நீங்க இதுக்கு முன்னாடி TNCpl வெப்சைட்ல ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணிருந்தா கூட இந்த ஃபார்ம் அட்டெண்டன்ஸ்க்காக we are collecting. You have to fill that form at any cost. Thank you. Mr. Sai Anand will handle the session on data science. Over to you, Mr. Sai.
Okay. Thank you, Lakshman Narayan. So, good morning, everyone. In this session, we are going to see a topic on applications of AI. So, I'll just present my screen and start the session. Okay. Hope my screen is visible, right? Thank you. Okay. So, this session is all about the new and very in trend topic called AI, which is artificial intelligence. So many people are interested in knowing what is meant by artificial intelligence and where it is used. What are the companies using artificial intelligence? What are the applications of artificial intelligence in the real world? So this session will cover all those topics and give answers to all those questions. So basically, we will start with what is meant by artificial intelligence because that is very important. We want to know what is the definition of artificial intelligence at first, and then go one by one, like knowing what are the types of artificial intelligence and what are the use cases in different industries. Okay. Okay. First point: what is meant by artificial intelligence, which in short is called as AI, right? It refers to the development of computer systems that can perform tasks that are typically done by humans, like whatever humans we do some task, right? Like we speak, we listen to others, we actually see some environment around us and perceive what is happening around us. We are giving this capability to the computers through some methodology. So this is called as artificial intelligence because we are transferring that kind of intelligence to a system, to a machine. So it's called as artificial. That's why the word artificial intelligence. It is not the natural intelligence as we human have. It is something called artificial intelligence that is acquired by the machines from the humans. Okay. And what is the goal of this artificial intelligence, right? It is to create machines that can stimulate, replicate, and also mimic human cognitive functions. When you say cognitive, our brain related functions, such as we learn, we are able to reason something what is happening around us. We are able to do some problem solving activities. We are able to understand what others speak, what language others speak. So all these kind of activities are human specific. All these activities are now will be also be done by a machine. So that is the end goal of artificial intelligence. We also make decisions based on some conditions, right? All these are can be done by machines nowadays. So that is called as artificial intelligence. So as you see, right, if you could see this, it's not like it's a fictional image, but again, the nowadays whatever humans are doing, it's more being able to do by machines as well. Okay. Okay, how this artificial intelligence came into picture? We also have to know the evolution of artificial intelligence. It all started way back in 1950s. That was at the early stage of artificial intelligence, where a scientist named Alan Turing proposed a specific test to test whether a machine is intelligent or not. That test is specifically called as Turing test. And based on that test only, people have started developing many AI related activities on the years to go by. So this all worked in 1950s and 70s, but during 70s and 80s, during that Cold War time, the funding for AI was stopped completely by all the countries, and there was no development in this industry and in this domain. So that time can be considered as a holiday period of AI. Nothing new happened in this period, like in 1970s to 80s. But then again from 80s, right, the industry got picked up and lot of new developments started happening in this particular field. That is 1980s to early 2000s. And from 2000 to now is the huge developments that is happening. Day to day, we are seeing a lot of AI related tools coming up. A lot of companies, startup companies using AI. So these are all the timeline of the AI, evolution of AI. Okay, and we also have to know what are the major milestones in AI, like what happened in which particular year, right? So, in as I said, 1956, the time where it all started, and there was a supercomputer, Deep Blue. Like they created one AI software called Deep Blue, which was designed to defeat the grandmaster chess championship. Humans are the whenever a human wins a chess game, right? He's called as a grandmaster. He is the best in the chess game. But they developed a new game which is played by the computer that can beat the human intelligence. So that really happened during 1990s, mid of 1990s, which is 1997. And a lot of robotic related devices came up. Like nowadays we see a lot of robots which can do house cleaning, right? Like they can do a lot of cleaning activities. Those started coming up, and now in this current period there are a lot of AI related personal assistants came up. For example, Amazon Alexa, Google Home, Apple Siri, which can recognize your voice and do some activities. So those are the present time milestones achieved during this particular AI domain. Okay. And the next thing, important thing is we need to understand what are the different types of AI based on three different aspects. We'll cover one by one on that. Okay. First aspect is based on capability. Based on capability, AI can be classified into three types, like narrow AI or weak AI. It is also called as weak AI, general AI, and super AI. And we will see what these specific AI terms means. And also based on functionality, there are four different types, like reactive machines, self-awareness, limited memory, and theory of mind. We will go through one by one in a brief time. Okay. First is types of AI based on capability. So AI can be categorized based on its capability. It generally falls into three basic subcategories, like narrow AI. What is narrow AI? Narrow AI is designed to train and for a specific task or a limited set of tasks. For example, speech recognition, Alexa, Siri, they are all examples of narrow AI because they can't do any other activity other than recognizing the human voice. That is the only activity they can do. For example, we can also take another example, like object tracking system. There is a camera which can track the human movements. So that is also an example of narrow AI where it is specifically designed to only track the humans from the video images or normal images. It can't, listen to human voice and do some other activity. It is specifically mentioned for that particular activity alone. What is meant by general AI? General AI refers to a system with the ability to understand, learn, and apply knowledge across a wide range of tasks. It not only does a specific task, but it can do more than one or two tasks. But this kind of AI is still, theoretically concept, and it is not yet achieved. The only part we have made a lot of improvement in is this narrow AI. This general AI and super AI is maybe in future we can see a lot of AI that can do their own activities without human interventions. The general AI is the next part of narrow AI. Apart from the other improvement over general AI, super AI, as the name itself mentions, right? It is super intelligent. This is again an hypothetical level of AI that surpasses human intelligence in every aspect. What it actually means is that it can do or think more than humans. General AI can think like humans, whereas super AI can think more than humans. So this is something really not possible right now. Maybe in future, like 50 years down the line, this kind of AI can be made possible. Okay. Further developments are in research purpose only. See, these are the very famous voice assistant tools available in the market in our life, which we use day to day. Amazon Alexa, Apple Siri, Bixby is by Samsung. Okay. The next is type of AI based on functionality. Basically, they come under four categories. For example, first is reactive machines. These are designed to perform a specific task and do not possess the ability to learn or adapt itself. For example, we can take an example of chess playing programming that evaluates all possible moves based on the established rule. That's a very simple example of reactive machines. The other thing is, again, limited memory. Unlike reactive machines, these AI systems can learn from historical data and past experience. So what it means is that it will whatever mistakes here it has done in the past, it remembers that and make sure that it doesn't make that particular mistakes again. One example for limited memory is self-driving cars. In US, right, there is a company called Tesla where the self-driving functionality is available in the car, where the car can drive by itself by just observing the environment around the car. So this is an example of limited memory. Theory of mind, which is in short called as TOM. This is again hypothetical, which is not yet into existence. That would be have the ability to understand the human emotions, it's our mental emotions, etc. Like we in movies we see, right, there is a robot and there is a human. When the human gets angry, the robot can understand that a human is angry or not. Again, this is largely a very theoretical kind of an AI, and it is just not in practical applications. The other kind of AI is self-aware AI, which is an advanced form of AI that not only understand human emotions, and it also aware of its own existence and capability. It can know what it is actually doing. This is again an example of super AI. The third and most important types of AI is based on the purpose of its use, our use. Okay, what is the two types in this particular category? We have generative AI and discriminative AI. We are going to see in detail about generative AI. In short, we also call it as Gen AI. Okay, these are the two types of AI based on purpose. What purpose it is actually being in use. Okay. To give an example of this particular type, right? Let's take to one example. We have an image of tiger. What this generative model will do is it will take the tiger's image, it will generate new kind of images of the tiger. If you see this image and this image, it is quite similar, but also quite different, right? We will also see some hands-on experience on generative AI. What is discriminative AI? Discriminative AI is that we actually train the model to give only specific output. In generative AI, we are not telling the model or the machine learning algorithm to give this output or that output like that. But in discriminative AI, we will be telling you, I need only this kind of an output. For example, again, we give image of a tiger as input. It will classify whether it's a tiger or not. Okay. When the model is shown the image of tiger, it will say this is a tiger. When the image of a lion is shown to the model, it will say this is a lion. That is the only difference between discriminative and generative AI. Okay. Apart from this, before going into the applications of AI, there are most key important components of artificial intelligence. For example, machine learning, deep learning, natural language processing. We can consider these are the important aspects of a AI world. First aspect is machine learning, which we call it as ML. So ML is a subset of AI that involves the development of algorithms that enable computers to learn patterns from data. So now we have a lot of algorithms, mathematical algorithms, computer algorithms, where we can use to train the model to learn a specific task. As I said in the previous example, we can train a model to identify whether the given image is lion or a tiger. Inside this ML algorithm itself, there are three different types of categories: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. In supervised learning, the difference is that we have the labeled data and then we give that input-output pairs to the system. Whereas in unsupervised learning, the ML algorithm itself will develop the patterns from the given data. Okay, reinforcement learning is just like how we talked about that chess gameplay, right, where the chess game will react based on the opponent's moves. So that is called as reinforcement learning. The other important part is deep learning and neural networks. These are all interrelated. We can tell side by side. Deep learning is another set of ML algorithms that uses neural networks to model and process complex data. So how this deep learning algorithms have been developed is that they took inspiration from the human brain. If inside the human brain, right, there is something called neurons. We have billions of neurons, which is the basic building block of cognitive ability. The way how we speak, the way how we think, it is all based on, it is all because of that neurons. So the same kind of an analogy is used in building this kind of a ML algorithms. I mean, deep learning algorithms. Apart from this, another major categories of algorithms, categories of components of AI are natural language processing and computer vision. So these two we will see in detail. Okay, what is natural language processing? The language that we speak, right? It can be either Tamil, English, Hindi, whatever it is. We give the computer the ability to understand our language and do the specific problems. So solve the specific problem. For example, we want to get translation between Hindi and English. So when we give a Hindi word, the computer will give us the English word. That is one example of natural language processing. Apart from that, when we ask a question, right, it will give the answer. In many of the websites nowadays, there is something called chatbots. The moment you enter the website, right, a chatbot will pop up and ask what help you want. That is also a part of a natural language processing domain. Let's see one example. If you see in this example, right, this is an example of natural language processing where we give a text in Hindi and it will give, the Google will give the output in English. So I think most people would have used this kind of a application. Basically, when we don't know the language, right, we give that language as an input and we get the result in the language that we know or in English. The another important component of AI is computer vision. So what is computer vision? We are giving the ability of a vision to the computers, where the way how we see the objects, the way how we perceive the our environment, all those capabilities are trained for a computer. What kind of task a computer vision can do is it can recognize an object, it can track an object. When the object moves in real time, right, it can track where the object is moving, and it can classify the given image, like this object is apple, this object is orange. Such kind of activities can also be done using computer vision task. And the last is content based image retrieval. Let's say you have an image of a shoe, so you want to search in Google based on this image. So you will get all the images related to shoes. This is made possible because of the content-based image retrieval task, where given an image, it will give the images similar to the given image, given input image. Okay. So what is a classification task? A classification task is nothing but we are telling the model to classify a given image into a specific class. For example, this image we give as an input and we are asking whether this is a cat or not. So the object, I mean the ML algorithm will say this is a cat, this is not a cat. That is a one part of computer vision task. The other task is detection task. For example, there are a lot of animals in the given image. The model will specifically say this animal is dog, this animal is cat. So that is called as object detection. Even when there are multiple objects, it will be able to give the correct output. So segmentation is another kind of an computer vision task, where it will draw a boundary on the given image, I mean given object. For example, in this object there are three animals and it will draw a boundary across three animals, and we can able to crop that images. This kind of an activity is mostly useful in image editing softwares, where we can pick our image from the background. We can separate the background image and our image from the photo editing software. All this is made possible only due to computer vision AI process. Okay, this is another example for computer vision. You see this, right? As the object moves, you can able to see what object it is. For example, this is a person, this is banana with a bounding box. This is called as a bounding box. So in self-driving cars, the cars uses this kind of activity to know what is moving around the car so that it can avoid the collision. Okay. The next step is, I mean, the next topic is what is the use cases? This is the actual what we want to know. Where and all AI use. Just by seeing the slide, you can know that for any given domain there is a use of AI. It can be healthcare, it can be customer service, e-commerce like Amazon, Flipkart. Everywhere AI is used nowadays. There is no domain where AI is not used. That is the only reason why AI machine learning has become a huge success in real world. Okay, let's say this example of healthcare. In healthcare, AI is used in a very large quantity. It is also used in education. We will see examples one by one. There is usage in e-commerce, manufacturing. In manufacturing sector, AI is used to detect the defective items before it is getting packed. So those kind of AI activities is useful in manufacturing. And in finance, in order to detect the fraudulent bank transactions, AI is used instead of human intervention, because it is very difficult to find a fraudulent transactions by humans, but AI can do it very easily. Okay. Likewise, sales. If you want to increase the sales of a given product, AI will help you to give some suggestions on how the sales can be improved. There are a lot of opportunities in this every domain where AI can be used. Now, we will see specific use cases in healthcare first. How AI is used in healthcare. Okay. Again, if you segregate healthcare into different subdomains, for example, patient care, physician, R&D or research and development, in medical imaging diagnostics, in every subdomain, AI is used extensively. For example, if you take example, if you want to do personalized medicine, for example, in here, right, if you want to do personalized medicine for a given patient, because every medicine will not be good for all the patient, because some medicines will be allergic to, some person will be allergic to the given medicine. So in order to identify such allergic reactions, personalized medicine can be done using AI. Likewise, virtual health assistants, because not everybody will be in urban area, right? There are a lot of people in rural area where they can't reach to the hospital in a given timely fashion. So virtual health assistants can be used to provide health information, schedule appointments, and offer support in enhancing the patient engagement. Likewise, the other important use is drug discovery. We all know how we suffered during the pandemic, but during pandemic AI helped us very immensely to come up with vaccination in quick time. Basically, AI accelerates the drug discovery process by predicting the molecular interactions and also identifying the potential drug candidates. Okay, which drug will be useful in this vaccine or not, that is very important, right? So in drug discovery also, this particular AI is very useful. And one important use case is diagnostic imaging. Where there are nowadays, cancer has become a big headache for the human nature. So, if you want to understand whether the patient has cancer or not, based on the MRI scan, CT scan, the AI can easily identify the tumor and will be able to provide timely assistance in the patient for the patient. Okay. Likewise, surgical robots. Nowadays, robots with AI capability is assisting the doctors in performing surgeries. It actually assists surgeons in performing precise and minimal invasive procedures, improving surgical outcomes and reduce recovery times. Because the robot can precisely cut a particular skin area or particular organ more precisely than humans. So that is also becoming very useful in AI world, in healthcare. Okay, in the AI world, as we have seen in the last slide, sorry, last slide, there are a lot of applications in a healthcare domain, but very major applications is what we are seeing here. We can easily detect a disease at a very early stage, because, for example, let's take cancer. Cancer, when we detect at an early stage, is very easy to cure than in the later stage. So AI is helping immensely for the discovery of cancer in a very early stage by looking at the medical reports and diagnostic reports. Likewise, real-time prioritization and triage. AI will help us to know the patient's condition, and it will alert the doctors to know that this patient needs urgent care based on the symptoms or whatever it is. So that is also helping doctors to prioritize the patient's health. And also there is something called telemedicine. Nowadays telemedicine has become very popular, where we can consult a doctor from a video conferencing call. So we are also don't need to go to the hospital in person. We can do it in telemedicine. That is also helping the doctors to save time. So drug discovery, as we already discussed, drug discovery is a very important process in coming up with any medicine or vaccinations. So AI is helping in this particular domain to give the best results. Okay, so not only in real life, but in also an R&D purpose, in PhD scholars or whatever we do, right, in AI area, we can see the number of papers published by the research scholars by year, like in various domains of healthcare. For example, how many AI related papers have been published for the diabetics domain, and also liver related domain, where AI is very useful, is also we can see from this chart. Okay, in any specific healthcare related or human related topic, there is a lot of publications related to AI in the research area. Okay, the next important field and also very interesting field is applications of AI in education. How AI is revolutionizing the education system. Like as you see in this slide, right, it is able to give personalized learning experience to the students. Like for example, a person may be very much interested in mathematics, so the AI can understand that the student is very much instructed in mathematics, so it can create a syllabus related to mathematics in a more interactive way. It tailors the educational content to individual students by adapting the needs and the difficulty of optimizing the learning experience. That is one area where AI is very useful. Likewise, intelligent tutoring system. What it means is that tutor is a person who teaches the students, right? So AI can nowadays AI itself is used as a teacher to provide real-time feedback to the student. Like when a student makes a mistake, the AI can quickly say that, pinpoint to the mistake and help the students to rectify the mistakes. And also it is helpful in assessing the student's performance. For example, the student writes some test, it can give real-time results, I mean real-time scores to the students and make them improve their learning experience. Likewise, another very important domain in which AI has become very popular is automated grading system. So we will see in this example. Sorry. Okay, so these are the very important aspects in which AI is helping the education system. So this see this example in automated grading systems, AI is very helpful. Why it means is that sometimes that when the humans does the corrections of the students' paper, they may make mistakes. There is a process called reevaluation, where we have to apply for reevaluation and get the rectified scores. But those can be avoided when AI does this process. Also, it enhances the efficiency. We can AI can do the grading in a very quick time rather than humans doing the same. And very important topic, I mean very important aspect is it ensures fairness. Sometimes the humans will have bias and they may give low marks to certain students and high marks to certain students. Those such kind of bias can be avoided using AI in automated grading systems. So nowadays, with the advent of AI, right, many students have started using a tool called ChatGPT to complete their assessments, to complete their test activities, etc., where they can just copy paste the results from the ChatGPT's output, which will only it's actually not good for the student in gaining knowledge. So there is something called plagiarism detection, where AI is very helpful. If you see this example, right, we can say that this is actually matching with the duplicate results. So the student has cheated in the exam. So plagiarism is nothing but when a particular content is copied from the internet instead of their own content, that is called as a plagiarism. So AI is really helpful in this process where they can detect the plagiarism and help the students to provide some genuine contents of their own. And we also see how AI is helpful in banking domain. So banking is one of the large domains in which AI is revolutionized in its usage. For example, in order to acquire new customers, right? Banking system, AI is very useful, and there is a topic called KYC, Know Your Customer. So AI is very useful in doing KYC and onboarding the new customers. When we are applying a new account in the bank, we have to do these two process mandatorily, KYC and onboarding. So AI is helping the banking industry to make this process seamless. And one another important use in which AI is helping is in order to provide loans, because there are a lot of cases where the person is very risky in paying back the loans. He is not able to pay back the loans. Based on the history of transactions, the AI can predict whether this person can be eligible for a loan or not instead of human intervention. So it is helping the banks to also detect the risky customers from the genuine customers. And credit risk. So NLP is one particular area of AI where it is used to build automated voice systems and chatbots to help customers. Nowadays, if you call any banking system, right, IVR system, first an IVR will be picked up where they will ask for choices of your concern, and it will give the results. Only if you are not satisfied, the call will be handed over to the real human. So chatbots are used in this area where it can quickly answer your simple questions. And also in customer service, if you have any doubts in your banking products, or if you want to do something in your internet banking, all those questions can be easily answered by the AI chatbots instead of the need of real banking staff. Okay. And in general, how AI is used in various businesses that we are going to see in the upcoming slides. So this is an end of a survey which depicts the impact of AI in the business. All these numbers are not the just for case, but it is the real numbers where AI has impacted in the business. For example, business leaders have mentioned that there is a 300% increase in investment in AI methodology this year across all business. Nowadays, everybody started using AI in their industry. So there is 300% increase in the investment in AI. Okay. Likewise, there is also 57% of businesses expect to help improve customer experience by using AI. What they are saying is there is a 57% increase in customer satisfaction when they use AI. Also, 20% of major retailers will use AI to personalize brand experience from awareness through purchase. In order to build a brand, for companies, brand is very important, and AI is helping them to build that brand to have a strong brand value. Likewise, 20% of all workers who use automated technologies, assistant technologies to make decisions and get work done. Now, as I said in the previous slide, right, nowadays voice assistance is helping the customers to solve the problem instead of a real human. So there is a increase in efficiency. And 80% of executives says AI boosts productivity and creates new positions. So there is also a myth called like AI will take up the human jobs, but that is actually not true. AI is not to it cannot be considered as a replacement or human jobs, but it can be considered as a complement for the human jobs. It is only going to help us more to be productive and efficient rather than getting our own jobs, getting fired from our own jobs. That is not the real truth. So benefits of AI. So as I said, there is an increase in efficiency and productivity, enhanced customer experience because customers are more satisfied with the output provided by an AI chatbot rather than the human intervention, and improved quality control. This is especially improved for manufacturing companies where during manufacturing itself they can find the defective items and resend it back to the production. Likewise, improved decision making. We can make better decisions based used on AI's input. And cost saving. This is a very important factor. Because of the use of AI, the cost of a given product has come down due to the efficiency criteria and competitive advantage. Let's consider there are two business. One business is not at all using any AI related activities, but the other business is using a lot of AI related products in their AI related use cases in their products. So the company that is using AI as a competitive advantage over the company not using the AI capability. So that is actually very true. And what are the various examples in businesses that is using AI? For example, customer service is used. AI is used in customer service and for hiring the right talent. So AI is able to find the right talent for the given position. Marketing. In order to make a better marketing to the customers, targeted marketing, personalized ads, for that also AI is used extensively. And also to boost sales of the business, AI is used. And cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is also another important domain where when a website is infected by virus or some hacking is happening in the website, all those activities can be avoided and prevented using AI technologies. Okay, this is just to give a overview of the companies that have started using AI. See, this entire slide is filled, and you can see the impact of AI in the real businesses. You name a company, that company will have already started using AI. Some of the popular brands are provided here for just for the audience purpose. Tesla, Uber, Google, Facebook. These people are the pioneers of AI. They were the people who started using AI practices, and all the other companies followed their footsteps. Okay. Now coming back to the generative AI topic. So what is generative AI and why it is so popular is that generative AI is a part of AI. It is also one of the AI, as I said, that can generate all kinds of data, including audio, images, text, 3D images, videos, etc. So when the computer is capable of generating the images by its own, that is actually giving us more capability to do the work. It takes inspiration from existing data, but also generates new and unexpected outcomes, breaking new ground in the world of product design, art, and minimum. Let's say you have a given image. You want to give an image of a tiger, right? You want to generate more images of a tiger to do some artwork. Okay, then generative AI can be useful in this domain, where you can give a one you just have one image, but with this one image itself you can generate a lot more images. That is a very powerful tool. Some of the very popular generative AI tools are ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is very popular nowadays, where it can able to answer any questions asked by the humans. It can solve mathematical problems. You can create, ask a coding question to the ChatGPT. It will give you the answer in any language. It can be Java, Python, anything, right? So it is so powerful. So Midjourney is one another generative AI tool where we can use to create images from a given text. I will give you an example of that. So how this generative AI is created is we have a lot of text data, images, speech, etc. If the model is trained, that model is called as a foundational model, very basic model. That model is adapted to the real world use cases. What real world use cases that I mean is that if you want to find the sentiment of a given text, whether it's a positive emotion, or when I say the movie is very good, that is a positive sentiment. When I say the movie is very bad, that is a negative sentiment. So based on the text, it is able to grab the sentiment of the given text, right? Likewise, there are a lot of other tasks which this foundational model is modified or adapted to perform those tasks. We will see one by one some examples. Okay, and how this generative AI is revolutionizing retail world. Retail world is nothing but like e-commerce or shopping domain. It is able to give personalized product recommendations. You may like a particular product, and when you open that website, right, you will see a lot of products that is aligned to your liking. So that is one example. Virtual try on and fitting solution. One best example is Lenskart. We can see daily ads in TV, right? Lenskart, where you need not go to the Lenskart shop and try the various specs to see whether it is fitting you or not. You can directly go to the Lenskart app and you can scan your face, and you can fit the various glass virtually and see which is fitting you correctly. This is a very good example of virtual tryout and fitting solution. Likewise, there is another use case called dynamic pricing. So based on the season, you can price the products dynamically. Create content generation. We will see one example in this area. There is also use case in fraud detection. We can detect frauds using generative AI. Customer service and chatbots. Like we saw in many websites, right? You just go to a website, there is a chatbot will appear. It will ask, you can ask a question, and it will generate the output. Okay. So use case of generative AI. We will see 3 use case and examples for the same. Text to text. Let's say you are a person who's asking the generative AI model, I would like to know more about generative AI. So it will listen to your voice, and it will also comprehend the context of that question. Then it will form the response, what response that it can give. It is similar to ChatGPT. You are asking a ChatGPT, I want to know more about generative AI. It will understand what context that question is about, and it will give an appropriate reply in a paragraph. So that is what this can do. Text to text. You are asking question in text, the answer is also in text. The next example is text to image. I have highlighted this part over here, right? I will give a demo of this text to image also. I am saying this is called as a prompt. That is an input. I am saying I want to create a dog with white sweater with a big smile, and the AI is generated the images for the same. Okay. If you give another kind of a prompt, it will generate another kind of a output. Okay, I will give a demo of the same. Okay, the next is image to text. You want to understand what is there in the given image. Okay, there what you can do is input is an image, output is the text. Given an image, it will say that this is a painting of a human with flowers on her head. So these are some of the examples of generative AI, and it's very powerful tool. Okay. Before going to the next topic, we want to we should also have to understand what are the we have seen the benefits of generative AI, where it is used, all those things, but we should also understand its ethical usage. Ethical usage means using it in a proper way. For example, these are some of the ethical ways in which generative AI has to be used, because generative AI is very powerful. It can create content in a very unlimited fashion. Sometimes it might create some fake images, which is which might look very much real, but we have to use it very carefully. Okay, there should be no bias. Does the AI system exhibit bias in its generated content? Like bias in the sense it should not have partiality in generating the content. Privacy. It should not use anyone's private data to generate the content. That is also very important. And transparency. Transparency in the sense is that transparency in model decision making, whether the given output and given input and output are matching to our results. That transparency should be there. And security. Whatever content that is getting generated should not be used for an unwanted usage. And also content regulation. So when we create a content, right, it shouldn't be some kind of an uncensored or very bad kind of images. So generating use of generative AI should be used very cautiously and with proper due diligence. Okay, before going to the next demo, first I will quickly show you the demo of a generative AI. Okay, see, this is a simple example where I'm going to generate an image. Okay, an image of I am saying I want to create a tiger with uniform going to school. Let's see what kind of image is getting generated. We can click generate and see what is it's generating. It would take a few moments. See, it looks so cute, right? So basically, this website is by Adobe. Okay, Adobe Photoshop, Adobe PDF, right? That company, they also into generative AI domain, where they given this website to create content for our own purpose. Now we can use this content for some cartoon characters or whatever it is, but the way we use this content should be very morally and ethically correct. So you can just try out and see various outputs we can generate using this generative AI tool. Okay. The final demo is about how AI can be used in retail industry, e-commerce industry. I'm going to give a short demo, and also it would be a very quick demo. So in real world, let's say you're shopping in Amazon or Mintra kind of a app. Okay, there you are seeing particular cloth, and you want to see, you want to search that particular design cloth, another various options. Okay, there is a this is the use case. Okay, classifying the clothes by its type in the e-commerce industry has several benefits that can contribute to effective and personalized shopping experience. So first advantage is that enhanced user experience. The user will be very much thrilled to try various kind of a same cloth. I mean, different designs of a given cloth. It can be jeans, or it can be tops, it can be pullovers, sneakers, whatever it is. And it can also do some. It can also be used to have some personalized styling. One design may not always be the correct choice, right? We have to give multiple designs to the customer so that he can choose the best design. So this kind of an activity is very much useful in e-commerce domain. That is what we are going to see. So before going to see the code, I will give you an overview of what we are going to do. Let's assume that we have different types of clothes. We have shirts, shoes, sneakers. This is called as a pullover. This is skirt, cap, etc. Right? Given an image of a shirt, we are going to train the model to classify whether the given image is shirt or any other object. If I give this image, the image of a shoe, it will say this is a shoe. Okay, it won't say that it is a shirt. Okay, given any image of a cloth, it should correctly predict what item it is. It is actually. Okay, let's go back to the code. Okay, so in the respect of time, I already ran this code. Just I'm trying to explain the result of the same. So this can be done in Google Colab, which is a open, free, and easy to use website. There is a library called TensorFlow which you have to import. We are using a data set called fashion dataset, where it has different types of cloth images. Okay, for example, it will have a t-shirt, top, trousers, pullover, coat, okay, sneakers, all those kind of images. Every every cloth will have a corresponding label in the integer form, in a number form, for the machine to understand. Okay, for example, I am displaying, this is a very simple data set, and it's called as a toy data set. It's a very low resolution images. That's why we are seeing this kind of an image. Okay, but nothing to worry about that. We are seeing the sample input image, which is a t-shirt. Okay, and we can see a lot other types of images from the given data set. That is these are the inputs that we are going to use to train the model. For example, this is ankle boot, t-shirt, sneakers, again ankle boot, trousers, coat. So all those different types of images are available in this data set. Now, first step is to build a model, which can be done using Keras library. Okay, once we are creating the model, we are training the model for certain epochs. Like for example, we are making the model to see this image 10 times. You can refer this data set 10 times and learn your understanding. That is what we are trying to say. The model will learn, and we can test whether how much the model has learned and how much it is able to correctly classify using the evaluation phase. Now we can see that test accuracy is 0.83, which means that it is correctly predicting the given cloth 83%. 83% of time it is correctly, which is quite good for the given small example. Okay, again, how we can test whether it's correctly predicting or not. let's say, well, let's take one example. We are giving a t-shirt, a pullover as an input, and it is say to this bar, right, which is in the big bar. It is a probability of the model. It is saying that I am 89% sure that it is a pullover. Why it is giving over the 2? Because 2 is the label for the pullover. Okay. Likewise, another example is coat. I'm giving the coat image of a coat as an input to the model. It is saying that I am highly sure that it is only a coat, which is 99%, where 4 is coat. Okay. Likewise, we have tried for all the different combinations. We can see that the model is performing pretty good in identifying the correct class of the correct type of the cloth. It is saying 73% I'm sure that it is a shirt, 99% it is sure that it is no shirt. In sometimes it is a sandal. It is also looking like a sneaker. So the model is getting confused and saying that I'm only 75% sure that it is a sneaker. Okay, this is a very simple example, and also it's as a real world use case on how the image classification techniques can be used in e-commerce domain. Okay, so I have copy pasted the results over here for better understanding. Okay, any questions?
Students, you can post your queries in the chat. Students, we can wind up the session by 12:30. We can again restart the session by 1:40 p.m. Thank you. And again, I'm reminding registration form description இருக்கும். Again, நம்ம chatலயே போட்டிருக்கோம். You have to fill the registration form. For the attendance, we have to take only the today registration form. Please ensure it. Thank you. Catch up you at all on 1:40 p.m. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, students. Welcoming you all for second half session. So as we earlier mentioned, descriptionல registration form இருக்கும். So மறக்காம register பண்ணிடுங்க. Final sessionல we will share the feedback form. So அந்த feedback form மறக்காம complete பண்ணிடுங்க. Rajaminakshi, we can start.
Yes, sir. Shall I start the session?
Rajaminakshi,
Am I audible, sir?
இல்ல உங்க வாய்ஸ் லோவா இருக்குங்க.
Am I audible now, sir?
Rajaminakshi,
Am I audible now?
இல்லைங்க உங்க வாய்ஸ் ஐ திங்க் லோன்னு நினைக்கிறேன்.
இன்னும் லோவா தான் இருக்கா சார்?
ஹலோ, நிவேதா கொஞ்சம் செக் பண்ணல, மேபி எனக்கு இருக்கான்னு தெரியல. நிவேதா
லோவா தான் இருக்கு லக்ஷ்மி.
லோவா தான் இருக்கு இல்லைங்களா?
Check that for myself.
இல்ல ஒரு டைம் எக்ஸிட் ஆயிட்டு திரும்ப ரீஜாயின் பண்ணி பாக்குறீங்களா?
Okay.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் அதே மாதிரி போல் क्वेश्चंस வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த செஷனுக்கும் இருக்கும். So you have to complete the poll questions. Top 10 poll questions complete பண்றவங்களுக்கு gift vouchers இருக்கு. ஓகேங்களா? இப்ப கொஞ்சம் அந்த ஃபீட்பேக் ஃபார்ம் போஸ்ட் பண்ணுங்களேன் சாட்ல.
ஃபீட்பேக் லிங்கா?
ராஜ்மீனாட்சி,
Yes, sir. Audible இருக்கா என் வாய்ஸ்?
இல்ல கொஞ்சம் பட் ஃபார் பெட்டர், பட் இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் லோவா தான் இருக்குங்க.
Okay. இப்போ சார் now am I audible clearly?
பர்ஃபெக்ட்ங்க.
Okay. Thank you. Shall I start the session? Okay. Thank you, sir. Hi all. Good afternoon. So in this session, we are going to see about the data science. So let me share my screen. I hope my screen is visible for everyone. Okay, so in this session, we are going to see data science. I hope since morning you guys have been learning about Python, artificial intelligence, and so on. So, to see about data science, everything in and around us, everything is data. So, we are going to consider a data set and see how to incorporate the data science techniques in that particular data set. So, before going into that, why do we need data science? That is the biggest question. So everywhere, wherever we turn around, everything is machine learning, artificial intelligence, data science, data analysis. What are these terms? Why are these terms coined for? We'll see that also. And before that, we are making the machines intelligent. And when before the machines become more intelligent than us, we should able to know all the techniques, how to handle the data around us, how to be safe with the data, and how to overcome the insecurities with the help of the AI. Those things are all we should be aware of. And so we'll start. So before that, before going into data science, so how we should see a machine learning problem. So whatever problem is, so we have to take that problem in a innovative way. That is the most required one in today's scenario. The problem statement may be anything. Data science is not only related to the field of computer science. Not only computer science students will be applying the ML techniques, finding the patterns, hidden patterns behind the data. That thing and all not only restricted only to CS students, but also it is interdisciplinary. So what is the main thing which is required from our side, that is from students who are all going to be the data science aspirants, data scientists, data analysts? For you all, the main thing you should keep in your mind is you should think out of the box. Data is something which is present. You should not see the data as how the others see. You should see some hidden insights which is present in the data in some different form. That is what I have mentioned in the beginning of our presentation itself. We have to be different, innovative, and unique in the way we are analyzing the data. And this is a general thing. So whatever it is, this is applicable for a general human as well as for a data scientist, for whomsoever we consider thinking inside the box. That is whatever is present, consider in the perspective of programming language. Thinking inside the box refers to whatever we are doing with the help of programming language. We are able to learn the syntax, getting the problem statement, and finding the result. So that is something, whatever it is already there, we are not doing anything new. That comes under, as from the data science perspective, that comes under the ignorance. Next, coming about the thinking about the box. Thinking about the box is your creativity. So how creative we are about the data. So what is in and around the data which is present? So I'm speaking everything about the data here. Thinking outside the box is what? Intelligence. So now we are making the machine to think in an intelligent way. So as I said in the beginning, when the machine surpasses the human thinking, before that we should able to know all the pros and cons behind this, and we have to be more intelligent. So that is thinking outside the box. That is what expected from all of us. So even in today's class, we are not going to take any data set from the repository or anything available and going to just analyze the data. So we are going to create our own data. We are going to visualize this. We are going to explore the data, and finally for that data, how the machine learning algorithms can be applied. That is what we are going to see. I hope everybody is attentive, and we shall start the session. Okay, so as per the topic, the data science, that is our topic, right? So what is data science? Obviously a big question. Data science, machine learning, AI, everything are interrelated, and we may get confused with the terms. Machine learning, it is a part of data science. Only the algorithms what we are applying for the data comes under the ML, that is supervised learning, unsupervised learning, your reinforcement learning, deep learning, whatever it is, all the advanced topics that comes under the machine learning. Data science is the overall term. It is a science about the data. So what it says, it serves as the transformative force driving the organization. So as I have already said, it is not only specific to the particular field, it is specific, it is interdisciplinary. That is what we are mentioning here. And about the data, what is the final thing? We have to make the decision making is the main thing. Enhanced decision making has to be done with the help of science. So science, obviously everybody is fond of science. So data science, think about your science. Enhanced decision making, that is finding the hidden insights behind that. Operational efficiency, so all these terms are very important. Whatever given in this 4 to 5 lines, each and every term speak about the data. Operational efficiency, whatever model we are creating, whatever new data we are exploring, so just applying the machine learning and increasing the accuracy and using that model, that is not at all necessary. We have to find what is hidden, what is the hidden fact, the efficiency behind that. That is what given here. The operational efficiency has to be seen into action. And then innovation by leveraging advanced analytics. Advanced analytics obviously speaks about our ML. Innovation, this term is very, very, very important. Innovative thinking, whatever it's about the data science, everybody is learning data science, then what is different? So we have to do something innovative in that to extract the valuable insights, predict the future trends. So that is obviously our supervised learning's result. The future trends can be found with the help of regression techniques, classification techniques. In today's session, we are not going to dive much into mathematics or the hidden formula techniques, not those things and all. Just taking the data, analyzing it, how to apply this to any data. So whatever we are seeing at the end of this session, I want whoever is learning with the help of this method should able to analyze a new data. Whatever data set is given to you after this session, you should be confident enough to take that data, apply all the techniques whichever we are going to see. Then seeing about the last one, personalize the experiences. Obviously each and every data set has to be analyzed in its own way. If a person is applying decision tree algorithm, next person is applying random forest, the third person is wanna apply a new technique, the third person should not think that first person and second person is going for that, we should also go for that. That is not so. It is based on your data set, you should analyze your data and you should go on based on that. Optimizing the process and gain competitive advantage to data driven strategies and solutions. So each and every term given in this slide has its own definition behind the data science. This is not just the definition, each and every phrase given here speaks about the data science. Okay, next, why data is very important? As I have already said, it is multidisciplinary. Even see this image, the data, geographical data, everything, cultural data, scientific data related to medicines, whatever scientific applications, financial sector does not work without data. Data is a main factor there. Statistics is obviously a part of our data science. Meteorological related to weather, natural, transport, and everything comes under data. So see here, whatever we have discussed already about the decision making, predicting the future trends, customer satisfaction, optimizing how we are optimally using all the resources around that. That is one important perspective in the field of data science. So these are all the things it should come to your mind obviously when you are taking a new data. Taking the data just to applying the algorithm and giving the result, that is not the need of the hour. We should able to see all these hidden facts behind the data science. Next comes the market segmentation and targeting. So each and every field, how to bring that market high, that is one of the important hope in the business. So market segmentation and targeting the audience is very important. Then real time monitoring and response. Once data science is applied and machine learning is applied, we should not stop the process. The real time monitoring should keep on going, and based on the response, if the model has to be enhanced, that should also be done. That is the next point, what we can do with the help of data and why data is very important. That is what I have said, continuous improvement and adaptation based on the previous mistakes. So how does the machine learn? With the help of the previous mistake. When we are executing a particular algorithm, we will not get 100% accuracy in the first time. We have to do with different types of fine tuning the parameters, reading the data, pre-processing. Once again, if you are missing any important steps, those are all important, and that comes the last step, which will keep on happening again and again. Next comes, so all the previous things, just have a look. We have to extract the insights, the predictive analysis. This is one of the key term which we will be coming across everywhere. What is this predictive analysis? We have to predict we have to analyze the trend analysis. This keeps on coming in all the places. Predictive analysis is one of the important thing. Then all the things we have seen already about the optimizing the operations, personalization, the detailed description what we have discussed in the first slide is given here. Just have a look. These are all the things it should come to your mind obviously when you are taking the data. That's why this is stressed again and again before going to the algorithm. Taking the data in hand, understanding the data is the first key important factor. Requirement analysis is the phase. That is where most of the people lag. What is data and what is hidden? What we should do? If these questions are answered clearly, there is no need of any complication in the machine learning algorithms. Just learning the algorithms is not enough. We should able to fill the gap between the innovation and research with our competitive advantage. That is what said, that is what expected from the data scientist, the future data scientist from this set. Okay, so now let us see the data science structure, which is the base for our today's hands-on session. So see here, the data science life cycle is generally categorized into 6 parts. So see here, data extraction, extracting the data from the particular repository, or web scraping. So if you are having any website, the website will be having lots of data. Web scraping, web crawling, that is data extraction. So how we are extracting the various data from the database? We can take the data with the help of APIs, sensors, your IoT techniques. Those and all will be helpful for data extraction. In today's task, we are not going to extract data. We are going to create our own data with a Python module. That is our first step. Next comes the data pre-processing. Data pre-processing, that data may be the data will have anomalies, the data will have missing values. All those things has to be rectified and it has to be transformed into a usable format. That is the data pre-processing. In the life cycle, if you see, the data has to be prepared for analysis. That is what given in that image also. Next comes the most important and the fancy term, EDA, exploratory data analysis. We have to analyze the data, understand the characteristics. The patterns will be obviously identified with the EDA. In today's session, we are going to see some of the visualization techniques, how it is correlated, how each fields are related. I'll be showing some graphs related to that. That is the EDA, the most fanciest term. Next comes our feature engineering. Our data set may have n number of features. Some of the data, when you take from the repository, or you are crawling and taking from the website, or taking from the data set, or API is giving the data set will not have just only some 15 to 20 records. If it is 15 to 20 itself, you have to reduce it with the help of feature engineering. You have to choose the required features. Imagine you are having hundreds of features. How can we find that? For feature finding the features and transforming the relevant ones which is needed for our analysis, even for that we are having the algorithm. But if your domain knowledge is heavy, so if you are into a particular business, you know that based on which features and all we can able to analyze that. If you want to predict the price in the future, if you want to predict the engagement rate, how popular your product will go among the people, those things and all, if you have to predict with the help of the features, with the domain knowledge, those people who are already in that particular domain for n number of years can find it. But if you are new to that particular field, how can we find that? We are having specific algorithms, we are having the mathematics behind that, the statistical formula are behind that. We have to learn all those things, and we have to enhance the performance of machine learning model with the help of this feature engineering. Then comes the model selection and training. This is the important step where machine learning comes into the hero role, obviously. The model selection, which algorithm we are going to use. So we'll be selecting the model, we'll be creating the object for that particular model, and then comes the training testing. We'll be splitting the data into training, testing data set, and we'll be finding the insights, deriving the insights from that. Next, the last stages are model evaluation. So if it is a classification algorithm, we have to evaluate the model with the help of these metrics such as accuracy, precision, recall. Even in today's result, we'll be seeing some of these terminologies. And finally, the last two things, once you are into a data science field or data analysis field, so once you are created the model, that model has to be deployed into usage. That deployment comes in the last part. the last two parts are the important part. Once your model is ready, we have to deploy it, and monitoring and maintenance comes for if the model has to be if the model is not performing well with the new data, we have to retrain the model and we have to update the changes, and that is based on the business requirement. So last two step is for the real time existence. The first things whatever we have seen is what we are going to see with our today's data set. I hope till now you guys have got a overall view how to use data science. Yes. So this is one of the obvious image. So traditional programming and machine learning, which we'll apply with the help of data science. So data and program will be given to the computer and we'll be getting the output. Whereas if it is the machine learning technique, we'll be giving the data as well as output. That is our test data. Test data will be given without the predicted label, what we should predict. If we have to predict the price column alone will not be given. Our machine will predict the price. For that, the program has to be written. So that is obviously the machine learning technique. And the traditional programming, whatever we are learning with other programming languages such as C, C++, Java, what we will be doing to add two numbers, we'll be getting the user input, we'll be writing the logic, and it will give us the output. So that is the difference. I hope everybody is aware of this step, what we about the data science. Yes. So now this is how we are going to create the data. Let's start our hands-on session from this fully. No more theory. Everything is full of hands-on part. So I'll be sharing my Colab screen, which is very efficient for performing the data science task. All your data science modules are available in the Colab site itself. You need not install it. Whereas if you are using for other IDEs such as Jupyter Notebook, or if you are using the Spider from Anaconda, you can apply that, but all the modules you have to install it manually. So here we will be installing some couple of modules only related to the model creation. So first one is data preparation. So I'll just explain this. We'll go to the Colab. Yeah. So we are going to use one module called as Faker. So this Faker module is available in Python, where it will generate the data relevant to our requirement. So I have used this Faker module, created one object for this Faker using this Faker class constructor. I have created an object fake, and see here in our data set what we are going to create. This is a function. We are going to create 1000 records. I'll just show you how the records is getting created also. So if you see the number of fields, so I'll be explaining all these things. So what we are going to do is social media analysis. The data which is available in the social media, how the data is saved in the social media pattern, those things we have just taken just 15 fields. There are many things. If you explore, you can give hundreds of fields also, but we are not complicating things. We are just taken 15 things. So what is this post ID? The post ID, we are generating a universal unique ID. So that is a 16 digit 128-bit hexadecimal code will be generated. So it will be here. Can you see this? 128 bits hexadecimal code is created with the help of UUID function, which is available in the Faker class. So that is the post ID. Then comes the user ID. User ID also we are generating the same thing. So that will be unique. It will not get repeated. Next comes the post content. We are generating a text. Randomly some text, whatever the user has typed as the post. This is not the real data. So we are creating our own data. So in this data, there is no possibility of having the null values. Then we are not, this function will not enter any empty values. So we need not check. So that part also we'll be seeing in the EDA part. So post content, we are creating one random text for each user who is posting on the social media. Next comes the likes, comments, shares. So that is random modules, randint function is generating. So likes is from 0 to 1000, any one random number. Similarly for comments and similarly for shares. So that also a random number. It is not specific to the post or something. So this is about the Faker. So at the end of this session, this coding collab part will be shared with you. You can able to take this code and explore in the collab. I have shared the Python file also. When you are executing, whatever result we are going to get into today's demo session, you guys will not be getting that. You'll be getting a different data. There is a chance of getting high accuracy, what we are getting here. So even if you see, now we'll execute in the Colab. For the demo purpose, when I have added in the PPT, I have executed the same program while I was working. So at that time, I got a different data. Now we'll explore. I'll just click on run. So already I have installed the faker. So I'll just click on run just to see here. The first random text generated here is animals, related to some animal, some post content is created. But see our PPT, what is the first one? That is the 0th record is foreign sound scene. So random data. It is not the same data. Even if you are executing this code again, you will be getting different data each time. Then comes the hashtag mentions. Hashtag and mentions, how we have created is hashtags and mentions are strings, but how these strings are created means it is created as a comma separated strings. The delimiter used here is a comma, and the hashtags, multiple hashtags will be there for a single post, and multiple mentions will be there, multiple people will be mentioned, right? So we have used comma delimiter to join this string. A fake word is created, a name is created for the mentions. Next comes the post date from this particular year. So here, even in the screenshot, if you see from the year 2024, a particular date will be generated, and similarly for the time also, a random time is generated. Similarly for the city, all these are available in the faker class. From that, I have accessed those particular functions. We have generated our own data set. So we will not have any anomalies. The data will not go. For example, we are getting the posts corresponding to this year. So this is February. From January 1, we will be having the post. So what are anomalies actually? If the particular post date manually, if we are taking from the repository, there is a chance of having the data from 2025 also, by mistake, human mistake, or whatever it is, some data preparation mistake, it may be anything. But here, as we have created our own data, here there is no possibility of getting any anomalies in this data. Then comes, I'll explain all these things. Source platform, the post type, we have just we are just having 3 types of post, which are text, image, and video. Then last comes the sentiment score and the engagement rate. Engagement rate is what our classification target label is. We are going to see some simple classification algorithms, and if the accuracy is less, how to increase that. That is what we are going to see now. Next comes the sentiment rate and engagement rate. As I have said, randomly we are assigning a value from, if you see the engagement rate, the rate ranges from 0 to 10 with the decimal value. For that only it is given comma 2. The round function, built-in function, is being used. So you guys explore this piece of code. We are not concentrating much into the Python code.
Sorry for the interruption.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
You are audible. Yeah, you are audible. Screen கொஞ்சம் better clarity இல்லைங்க. கொஞ்சம் zoom பண்றீங்களா?
Okay, sure.
Okay. Thank you. Due to the font size, அது coding இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் zoom பண்ணீங்கன்னா பெட்டரா இருக்கும்.
Okay, I'll show my coding screen.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
This one, please.
Okay, let's continue. So our engagement rate is the target label, as I have said. So you guys explore this function part and all, just a simple basic Python. So I hope many of the people here are aware of Python. Explore this, how we have created, and here comes the pandas module. Using the pandas module, we are created whatever data is generated, we are saving it in the form of the data frame, and this is one of the important steps. So once you are generating the data, now here I have given only 1000. You can even generate for 10,000, 1 lakh, or anything. So once it is generated, we can able to download it as CSV file. So that is what I have written here. I have converted it to CSV format. CSV stands for comma separated value. So in that format, I have converted it. Now I'll show you how it can be downloaded. So this is Colab thing. So for the Colab module, we'll be having a separate file has to be separate header has to be imported as google.colab. We are importing the files. So I am saving this in the form of social media data in the CSV format. So I'm executing this, and I'll also show you so see how it is getting downloaded. So it will be downloaded to your downloads folder. So I have already am having this folder, having the CSV file. I'll open this and show you, and also I'll show you in the PPT also. So have a look. So all our columns, what we have discussed, the post ID, user ID. So post comment. See here, the first one we saw related to animal. So that is downloaded here. Random likes, random comments, random shares. Then comes the hashtag. So this data is generated just now. Just now we have executed, and the post date, if you see, everything will be 2024 only. Yes, then the post time is also random, location, the source we have given Twitter, Facebook, some random sources we have given, the post type and the engagement rate. So the engagement rate ranges between 0 to 10. Based on this only we are going to apply the classification algorithm. So why this user defined data set is created means, so each and every column you have to analyze like this. So I'll be sharing my next slide. This is what we have seen just now. Yeah. So whatever we have just discussed, the post ID is the unique identifier. Whatever I have explained, I have just given here. This PPT will also be given for your reference. Just have a look. This is how you have to analyze each and every data. Whatever fields are available, write down all the fields. Make a Excel file or make a Word document. Analyze each and every field. How this field is relevant to our analysis. How this field is irrelevant. So if you are having some 25 fields, you may itself know which fields and all can be rejected for our analysis. So that you first you analyze that, then apply any feature selection algorithm, and then if your analysis and the feature selection analysis goes parallelly, then your data science skill is excellent. That is what required from all the future data scientists who are available here. So all the about the fields you have to first analyze and take the note as of your own. So if you see here, date when the post was published, about the post date it is given, temporal analysis and trend identification. With this post date we can able to do these things, and then with the hashtag what we can do, we can categorize that and analyze based on the topics. For the topic modeling and all, hashtag is relevant. So if your analysis is based on the topic modeling, we should able to, the hashtag field should not be ignored. So some of the feature selection algorithm will reject the important field itself. So if you are having the domain knowledge only, you should not blindly follow the algorithm also. For that only I am stressing how to analyze the data, how to see the fields, how to go behind the fields, that and all we are seeing. Now if you see the next one, all the same things whatever we have discussed, I want to show about the engagement rate alone. Engagement rate is the rate measuring the level of the engagement with the post, how the post is being popular, based providing the holistic view of post performance and effectiveness. The post should become popular now. The some of the algorithms are behind that. Based on this only the engagement score will be set. So that is our target label what we are going to see. Okay, next comes the exploratory data analysis. As in the beginning itself, what I said, it is the most fanciest term available. So we'll be just seeing what are all the possible plots we can able to view with the help of the available fields. Just basic exploratory analysis we are going to see. At the end of the session, I'll be sharing one more this PPT will be shared. At the end of the session, you'll be having a link. You can able to see more exploratory data analysis activities in that sheet. Just go through. That is a hands-on activity for you to practice after this session. Okay. So let's go to the Colab. Okay. So the first one. So as I have already said, everything is non-null. So because it is the data which is created by us, there is no possibility of having the null value. So I'll execute this now also. See here, all the things from 0 to 14, 15 columns we are having. So all the 1,000 or non-null activities, and you can able to see the data type of that particular attributes also. And what are all the, how many things are there, all these memory usage, these things are all given. You should be able to read the result also. Reading the result what Python or R language is giving us is one of the important skill to know about the data. We are getting this output, fine, this task is completed. You should not move on like that. Each and everything whatever it is giving, so what it is saying, when I am printing this info, this result is in the form of a data frame. So seeing this statement, that is what you should able to know. That comes with practice. So try interacting with the data. That is the kind advice. Next comes the data set. We are describing the data. Describing the data is nothing but we are finding the, for this is applicable only for the numerical fields. So likes, comments, shares, sentiment score, and the engagement rate only are the 5 numerical fields we are having in our data set. I'm executing this again. If you see, you can able to see this is the maximum value, minimum value, the mean, the average, standard deviation, the count. The count is obviously 1000 for all the things. So these are all the numerical thing. So if you are doing the statistical analysis, when you are diving much into mathematics, so this is interdisciplinary. Obviously, when the mathematics students, engineering who are into math, into physics, you are doing any exploratory analysis for the chemistry part, physics part, then your math part is very important. Randomly, when you are having 10,000 data or 1 lakh data, sitting and calculating all the numerical fields, is that possible? Not at all. And also writing a function for individual fields, passing the particular data column as the parameter and finding the mean, average, or mode, median, whatever it is not at all feasible. So analyzing the data, that is the exploratory data analysis. That is what where we have to know the information behind the data, and we have to know the summary. This gives you the summary of the data. And obviously we know that we are not having any null values. So to find whether our data set is having the null values or not, we are checking whether is there any null values and finding the summation of that. All our columns are non null values, so we are getting 0. And next one is this also we have already given. So is there any anomalies? We are just checking. This is our data, so we already know that we gave only these 4 for the platforms and these 3 for the post types. But if you are taking any data from the repository, or if any API is generating the data, we may not know what are all the unique fields available. So we should first know what are all in the categorical columns. For the numerical columns, you should able to check whether is there any null values, and you should find the summary. For the categorical column, category means all the fields will all the records will have either Twitter or Facebook or whatever it is. That particular source platform only will be available. So you have to apply this unique function for your data frame, and we have to find the particular categories available in your field. Okay, now here I have, just before going into the multiple plots, this is related to some post textual data. In textual data means itself, obviously we can able to find the sentiment. Sentiment is nothing but whether that particular sentence is positive or negative or neutral. So for that, before we are not going to apply the sentiment analysis for the classification. So in the EDA part itself, I have used the Vader lexicon. So I hope most of you are aware about the Vader lexicon. So for installing that in the Colab, we have to install in this way. And using the Vader lexicon, we are using the package called a sentiment intensity analyzer. So sentiment intensity analyzer will give you nothing but the polarity score for your particular text. So from our data frame, we are passing the post content for this analyze sentiment Vader. So how we are creating sentiment Vader? We are creating one new column. We are considering the post content, and we are going to send that as the parameter for our analyze sentiment Vader function. That will give you the polarity score. Polarity score ranges between 0 to 1. If it is 0 means the particular sentence is neutral. If it is positive means it should be greater than 0. If it is negative sentence means it is less than 0. So that is about your polarity. And finally, once that function is called, apply intensity analyzer for each and every sentence in your data frame. That is what we are using. We are using one apply function, lambda function, and it is analyzing, it is calling the function analyze sentiment Vader, and we will be getting all the sentiment based on positive, negative, or neutral. I'll execute this. You can able to see this. So in our data set, around 700 plus sentences are positive, around 200 sentences are negative, and the remaining 50 to 60 sentences are neutral. It is having 0 as the polarity score. So this is added, sentiment Vader is added as a particular column in our data frame. The data frame is having, so I'll just show you. Dot head will give you the top 5 records. So see here, the last column, sentiment Vader has been added, positive, negative, that particular sentence classified as found as positive or negative, and it has been added in our data frame. And this sentiment analysis is not what we are going to do in our classification algorithm. We are going to see the engagement rate. Okay. So this is about, so you can see the data, you can add particular columns, you can find the result based on the particular field, and you can add your own fields also to the data frame. Those are all the things which comes with the domain knowledge only. Next comes, we are going to see some particular plots. We'll be seeing this quickly. So the first plot what I have added is the distribution of likes, comments and shares. So for the likes, we have given the color of blue. For the comments, it is orange, and shares, it is green color. So how it is distributed and what plot we have used? We are using the histogram plot. So which module we have used? We have used the matplotlib.py plot. So that hands-on activity which I have given at the end, the last slide I'll show you. Use that link and have more activities for the data frame. Explore more about the data frame with the help of the data analysis techniques. So we are going to plot a histogram, and I have given 20 bins because our range is huge from 0 to 1000. So rather than splitting into 5 or 10 bins, I have split it into 20 bins. Alpha is the transparency. So why I have made it as 0.70 means this one is your likes, this one is your comments, and this one is your shares. So in the backside, if the likes distribution is available, we should able to know that. If I have made this as 1, you can't able to see that clearly. So for clarity, we can have that alpha parameter. So see here, can you able to see the previous ones? The likes and comments are getting hidden. So for the transparency one, see that only the alpha parameter. So in the visualization part, to make your data presentable, to derive the insights, because we will be delivering the data insights to the clients. To the I'm thinking you guys are future data scientists. I'm speaking. So you will be providing the insights to your clients, and that data has to be presented by seeing your plot itself. They should understand, oh, this plot is saying this, okay, I have got it, because they will not sit and code like us. They'll be seeing your resultant, and that result should speak on behalf of you. So these parameters and all, you should be preparing for that. Then these are all the normal things about the X label, Y label. Next comes the engagement rate distribution. So we'll execute this. For the previous one, when I executed, the text is having more engagement rate. Now for this data set, let's execute and check. See, equally, the image and video is having equal, text is having slight high engagement rate. So it depends on the data. The previous one which I have showed in the Colab was executed beforehand. Now what we are executing is for the data set which we have created now, which we have executed now in the beginning of the session. So that is for the engagement rate. This is the box plot. The center line will give you the median. So above this lower limit and upper limit, if you are having any dots or anything, that denotes the anomalies. So as per our data set, we are not having anomalies. So we are not having any dots in the bottom side or in the top side. That comes in the outlier, and you should detect the outlier and do some pre-processing techniques to increase the efficiency of your model. So that can be done with the help of this box plot. And next, just one more, finding the top 10 location. So what are all the locations? That just random locations given by our faker module, right? So some cities available in some other countries we have got, and using the value counts function, I have just taken the top 10 locations. So this Jennifer side is available 4 times in our data set. Smithmouth, that is available. So this is for the previous set. Now I'll execute. Yeah. So now if I see West Jennifer is having 3 things. So these are all random places. So you guys execute and check whether you are getting the same data as per your friends. Execute 2 or 3 people combine and do in 2 or 3 machines, and see how each and every person's accuracy is getting differed. Try to add more values, give more, increase the size of the data set, and try to increase the accuracy. Next comes over there. This is related to date time, when you have to analyze the pattern. So this data set we are having from yesterday's date. So we'll run today, and our data will have some post today's date also. No, it is showing some random thing. It may be. So in today's data set is also 16th is not generated. So from January 1, on which date we are having more a number of posts. Randomly, the date is also allocated. Na? So if you see in the beginning of January, so we are having higher thing. So this is random data. If it is real-time data, when you are able to analyze some trends based on the date time, go for this we have to group by the date and we have to count it. So we are grouping by the post date and we are applying the size function so that we can able to count how many records is having that particular date. And that is that has been plotted with the help of the plot from the matplotlib. That is what's shown here. This is to find the trends when the data is more and when the data is less. Okay, next comes the correlation. So we had 5 numerical fields. In the beginning, we saw the summary. So five were likes, comments, shares, sentiment score, and engagement rate. Sentiment rate, I guess. Sentiment score. Okay. So what we are doing is we are applying in our data frame. We are applying the CORR function. CORR function is for the correlation. So in mathematics, engineering students, you would have done the correlation analysis, applied the formula for correlation, regression, some 2 to 3 pages, some, right? Regression technique, linear regression, multiple regression. So here we are having simple functions with which we can able to find the correlation. CORR function will help us to find the correlation between the numerical fields. And this one, annotation true, ANNOT is the thing. So over each thing we are having the numbers, right? So if you see likes and likes, it is positively correlated 1. So next one, likes and comments, it is not at all correlated. Based on this data, it is giving the how well it is correlated. Positive, if it is positive means positive correlated, if it is negative means it is negatively correlated. Then this CMAP stands for color map. Cool warm attribute means when it is more correlated means it will be from red to orange. This is the this one, cool warm. If it is highly correlated means red color, low values will be have blue colors, and the color shade will be gradually changing. That is this. There are many CMAPs available. That also is given in that visualization hands-on link. You guys explore that. The next one is that formatting thing. After decimal, we want 2 decimal values. For that, that format parameter has been added. This is about the correlation heat map. You can able to analyze how well your data has been correlated with each other. So if a new data is given, so people will be sitting with this heat map. Why these two fields are not at all correlated? What we can do with this field? You have to think, you have to come up with ideas. So for that and all, visualization is very important. So that is about the heat map. Next, finding the common hashtags. So as I have already said, the hashtags were comma delimited strings. So it was joined in the beginning. Now we are applying the string dot split, and based on the comma, we are splitting and saving it in the hashtag list. So we are applying the list comprehension method. So explore about the list comprehension. We are using the for loop inside the list, and we are splitting each and every hashtag and saving it in the hashtags list. And then we are counting the most common hashtags, and this is the result. So in the previous execution, I got team as the most common. Now we'll execute. So this is giving most the verbs, nouns, everything. So we have not pre-processed the data. This is being done in the raw data. So if you are applying the pre-processing and removing all these things, applying the lemmatization techniques, stemming techniques and all your verbs, adjectives, adverbs will all be removed. Only the nouns will be there. After that, if you count for the hashtags, you will be getting all the proper nouns as the hashtag. That and all you people explore. So I have just given an overall view how to analyze the data set. Next comes we got the sentiment score now. That one with the help of SNS plot. SNS is Seaborn. Abbreviation for Seaborn is SNS. We are plotting a histogram again, and this one is the kernel density, kernel distribution line. That estimate line is also drawn with the KDE parameter as true. For the sentiment score, we are able to analyze how well the sentences are distributed. So 0 stands for neutral, -1 for negative, +1 for positive. So that has been given in this graph. So we are nearing the end of exploratory analysis. So next comes the last one, just finding the average. So I have said now all the aggregate functions can be applied: min, max, sum, average, the mean function, standard deviation. All the aggregate functions can be applied. Explore more about the pandas. So now we are not going much into pandas. I have just given what are all important things. Basic pandas I have given. So we'll explore and check. We have given the source platform and the engagement rates averages predicted. So in the Facebook, we are having around 4.6, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. So the engagement rate has been calculated. Okay. So now let me just show you the resultant of the same. So remember that alpha parameter in presenting the graphs which is having overlapping things. then concentrate on the date time analysis, trend analysis, and all. You have to understand the date module and you have to do that. Then the box plot analysis is very important. Then whatever we have seen, understanding the numerical features with the help of the heat map is also given. Then finally related to sentiment score. Okay, next comes our hero, machine learning. So why we are going to see some simple examples using classification technique, clustering techniques, and regression based on this analysis, what we can apply. So classification, what is important? We have to organize the information, we have to simplify the complex structure. So even in this data set, we are having some 15 fields. We don't want all the 15 fields. So I have randomly taken few fields. I'll be showing in the coding part. We are going to simplify the data set and we are going to apply the classification technique, and we have to enhance the decision making. Looking over the thousands of records and giving our own decision will be complicated, will be intricate. To make that simple only, we are using the classification algorithms. So here I have incorporated 3 basic classification algorithms, and to increase the accuracy, I have given you some 2 more techniques what you can do. So that one I'll just give a hint, and you should able to know how. If you are taking a data set, your mind should say we can go for this algorithm. This algorithm is well suited for this. Okay, so this algorithm is giving less accuracy. Let's try for a different algorithm. So even if that is also giving a different one, we can go for the next step. Like that, your mind should suggest you what are all the possible next steps, and that will enhance the decision making and the final insight. Then improving the communication, that is the last step with the stakeholders. We have to that is what I said, our visualization plot should speak on behalf of us. Rather than explaining the plot, when you are giving that plot, when you are giving a particular graph, that graph should speak more than you. In that sense, you have to analyze the data. So that is the key aspect of a good and excellent data scientist. Next comes the predictive analysis. We have already seen the predictive models will help us to anticipate the future trends. That is about the predictive analysis. Then the last one is information retrieval. We have to get the information, enhance the search techniques. Those things are all very important. Okay, so what are all the algorithms I have used for this model? I have just given a hint: decision tree, random forest, and support vector machine. I hope most of you here are already familiar with this term. So I am not saying about the mathematical background of this algorithm, and I'm not going to make you feel lethargic. So just I'm going to say we have used this algorithm, what are all the Python modules we have used, and what accuracy it is giving. And we are not going to be satisfied with that particular conventional classification algorithm. We are going to apply more techniques, and I'll be giving you brainstorming ideas also to make your model more efficient than what we are going to see in this demo. So it is not a process which is going to stop in this demo. You will be continuing this. You will be putting your ideas over this, and you're going to enhance this. So see here, I have used 3 model, which is decision tree, random forest, and SVM. So decision tree is like a flowchart like model where we'll be applying like the base of decision tree is obviously our if-else statement. It will be based on a particular rule, and the classification technique will be incorporated. Random forest, here if you see, there is, I have given one word, ensemble. Ensemble learning, I hope some people are aware of this, and you can respond at the end of the session whether you are available aware of the ensemble learning. What are all the techniques? Random forest is already an ensemble learning, so it is a combination of multiple decision tree which we can use for training and testing our data set. So obviously random forest already, as it is an ensemble model, there is a chance of getting higher accuracy. Next comes the SVM. SVM is a super performing supervised model which will always outperforms all the basic conventional classification algorithm for most of the perfect data set. When your data set is perfect, it is not having any anomalies, when it is not having any missing values, when it is properly correlated, then your support vector machine will give you an accuracy at the topmost level. So that is one that is based on the kernel. So we'll go to the coding part. So these are all the modules what I am going to use. So I'll just give a brief about these modules. Pandas we are already using. Train test split is for splitting the entire data set into training and splitting part, we are going to apply the scaling technology. Scaling is for normalizing the mean and standard deviation before fitting the model. We can do that before training and testing, and also for some of the things. So here, for testing purpose, I have applied the scaling after splitting the data. So we'll see how our model is performing. So the task for you guys is try to apply the scaling before training testing. So I have applied the feature scaling here. I want you to apply before this training testing and try to increase the accuracy. So and see how well your accuracy is increased. So we'll execute this. Obviously, I am expecting the accuracy around 50 to 60. Because these are all random data, they are not correlated much. So if you see this heat map itself, we know they are not correlated much. So expecting 90% accuracy is not at all possible in this data set. But you should able to analyze the data. If your data is highly correlated and if it is highly related, there is a possibility of getting 80 plus and 90 plus accuracy. So for that, the scaling parameter has to be done before the training testing set. Try to do after training test as well as before test trains module, and try to see how your model is increasing the performance. Next, these are all the conventional algorithm as I've shown in the slide: decision tree classifier, random forest classifier, and SVM classifier. Then these are all the things which we are going to see later. I am skipping this now. The next cell we'll be doing that. Accuracy score is the classification report, is what I am going to show the result of. So executing, I have splitted the data set into train and test. So seeing this line, I have given the number 42 here. So this random state 42, it is not the fixed number which we should use. The random state can be any number. It can be 1 2 3 4 5 6 or whatever it is. This random state, why we are using is, whenever you are running this program, the same set of train test split has to be done. For the reproducibility of the code, we are giving this random state, and my test size, I have taken it as 0.2. You guys try it with the 0.3. So I have splitted as 80 20. I want you to explore as 70 and 30. I hope you are taking notes here and there and remembering the steps. So here and there, I'm giving some small improvisation. Try that. So 80-20, the 70-30 may outperform the result of this. So feature selection, I didn't use any algorithm. I have given the task for that also in the PPT. So I have just taken the common features, the important features which is relevant for the engagement rate. So likes, comments, shares, sentiment score, the post type, and the hashtags is what I have taken. I have discarded the mentions, all the other things I have removed. That engagement level is my target variable I have considered. Then get dummies is for the categorical variable. Categorical variable, we are having Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn. We can't proceed the problem by having that FB, Insta at all. So we'll be giving some dummy values from 0 to 4. We'll be giving the numerical value, we'll be converting the categorical value, and so that's why we are using converting the categorical to numerical. We are applying this get dummies. Then hashtags, obviously I said it was a comma separated string, so we are applying the lambda function and splitting and saving it as a particular column for our prediction. We are not considering the entire string of hashtags for our prediction. So that is one more pre-processing step. So these are all the pre-processing steps I have done. Considered only the relevant features, and then splitted into 80-20. You try for 70-30. Then scaling I have applied after train test. Wantedly I have done. So you people try the scaling before the train test. Okay, now this conventional classification algorithm I have not fine-tuned. So if you have to fine-tune, what are all the things we can do? For decision tree, we can go for maximum depth, we can reduce the Gini impurity, and then minimum sample split, maximum sample split. All those things can be given as the parameter. Maximum features can be considered. So you can go for grid params and have one particular function and choose the relevant fine-tuning. So fine-tuning also, it's left over to you. So that one you explore. So I have done for the basic thing. So obviously my accuracy level will be comparatively low. So I am expecting around 50 to 60. So if you are doing all those things, so I'll be just saying what are all the fine tuning things we can do: maximum depth, minimum sample split, maximum features. So that and all dive much into the algorithm. So if you are into the machine learning section, session, we will be seeing all those things in depth. So we are seeing how to analyze the data and how to apply the algorithm. So I am not going to say much in depth about the fine tuning parameters. So that is also the task given to you. So for the decision tree, random forest and SVM, I have fitted the model and I have predicted it. Finally, the accuracy score and the classification report is printed. So for the previous one, if you see, random forest is given 48 for the previous data which I have generated this collab. Then the decision tree was 53, SVM was 51. So decision tree has given the highest thing. So now let us see what is the thing. Random forest is lesser. So SVM is 52, decision tree is 0.5, 50%. So random forest has gone less. Sometimes random forest, as it is an ensemble algorithm, it will perform higher also. That depends on the data set. So here comes the, in the classification report, you will be having the precision, recall, F1 score and support. So what are all those? So before going to that resultant part, so I said now for feature selection, I have taken around 5 to 6 feature. I want you to set the k value as 10. I have given the coding also, and try to explore this step and consider the best features for your model to increase the accuracy for the same data set. This is the one of the exploration task I have given, the first exploration task, I guess. Okay, next, random forest. It is already an ensemble algorithm. There is a chance of this one to perform well compared to decision tree and SVM. But if in case we can use the N estimator, did we use it here? I think no. Okay, let's try the N estimators equals 100. Randomly I have given 100. We are having 1000 data, so just okay, we'll execute this. Yeah, even then now for this data, the random forest is not outperforming. Obviously, SVM is giving 0.52, that is 52%. Now coming here, yeah. So this precision recall also comes with the formula. So in this one I have done for the previous one, see here, my decision tree was 43, random forest for 47, and SVM was 48. Even in this sample, SVM is having the higher accuracy. We have not fine-tuned the parameter and we have just taken the 1000 records only. So if you are, while creating the data set itself, try to create for 2000 records, 3000 records, and then try to see definitely your the increase in accuracy can be seen visibly. So what is the precision? Precision is the ratio of correctly predicted positive observation. So how many positive observations are correctly predicted to the total predicted positives? This comes under the formula. So if you apply that formula, we can calculate the precision. But here, this classification report will give you the precision, recall, F1 score, and support. Support is nothing but how the entire data is splitted for the labels given. So as per this classification problem, we are having engagement rate as 0 and 1. So I think I have missed that step while explaining there. Yeah, this step. Okay, so engagement level. How did we, from the engagement rate, I have considered only 2 engagement level. That is either 0 or 1, whether that post is getting engaged or not. So how we, whether it is getting popular or not, only 2 levels for making it more simpler. So if the engagement rate is greater than the median of the engagement, so median engagement is calculated using the aggregate function median, and it is converted into integer type, and engagement level is calculated. So engagement level will have either 0 or 1. Whether it is true or false. If it is greater means it will be true. If it is lesser means it will be false. So that is what given in this slide where it is 0 and 1. So this train test split, we are having the split as 111 and 89. It is somewhat equally split. But in case, imagine if this is around 180 and this is 20, it is obviously imbalance. So as per this problem, imbalanced data is not arrived. So we need not apply the balancing technique, but I'll show how to apply the balancing technique also. In case if your real-time data is having the imbalance in your data set. So how to balance the data and proceed with the things is what we are going to see. Before that, in the ensemble technique, we are having 4 ensemble techniques. I hope some people from here are aware of this ensemble techniques. So the basic ensemble technique is the voting, combining the multiple models and finding the majority. Bagging is bootstrap aggregating, training the multiple instances of the same model. Next comes the boosting, combining the weak learners to create a strong learner. Then comes the stacking. So here we got lesser accuracy for the conventional model. So I have tried applying the stacking algorithm. So stacking, I have taken the decision tree, random forest and SVM, the three basic conventional algorithm, and I have considered it as the base estimator. Then the meta learner, my SVM gave me the highest accuracy. So the meta learner, I am considering the SVM algorithm. Then comes the stacking classifier. We are using the stacking classifier. Some people would have noticed in the importing part, I have imported the stacking classifier. Then we are following the same step of fitting and predicting the model and getting the accuracy. So compared with the previous one, this ensemble stacking is giving me 0.54, that is 54% accuracy. Previous one was 52 in this PPT model. We'll execute it there also. I am given one pictorial representation of stacking also. The data, the model stack is having multiple models, a meta learner is considered, and the final output is derived. Yes, so we'll execute for this. Sometimes the stacking may give lesser accuracy also. Yes, so in this case, it is giving 49% because we are not fine tuning, we have not done that. So you have to try all these steps. Why this is incorporated here means when your conventional algorithms is not giving you best results, you have to go for the ensemble techniques. Next comes, I said, here we are not having any imbalance. So SMOT technique, there is a technique called as SMOT. The abbreviation is synthetic minority oversampling technique. So we'll be considering the minority class, that is 0 and 1. As I said, if some of the class is having minimum number of samples, so we'll be oversampling that particular class, and we'll be then considering the resamples of X and Y parameter, and finally we'll be printing it. So this is the next exploration task I have given. I have given the coding part also. You will be exploring and see how this mode is giving you higher accuracy. Try this for the real-time model. Next comes the clustering. So with clustering, we are just going to see some, not about classification, we are not going to see in depth, just basic thing. We are going to find the segmentation, how the users are segmented. That is what we are going to see. So I have applied the k-means clustering. So split it into 5 clusters, how the users are segmented. So based on this, the recommendation can be given. So when we are searching something in the Google, the same thing when we are going to the social media, it will be getting popped up. We'll be getting the particular ad. How that is happening? That is based on this. For that, a sample code is given. So the user is segmented with the help of the k-means algorithm, and then it is also visualized with the help of PCA. Using PCA, I have considered only 2 principal components and how the cluster is happening. So here, if you see, the clusters are getting overlapped because our model is of random data. So if it is perfect data, you can able to see that yellow color part can be seen as a separate cluster, violet color as a separate cluster. You can able to see that individually. So that is about the cluster. And after clustering, what we have done is we are going to recommend the posts to the user. So for that, I have used the vectorization technique, which is TF-IDF vectorization. It will consider the entire text in the form of a matrix format. Then after considering that, I am applying the clustering technique. Then the post is recommended to the user. So I'll show that coding part. So SMOT, you guys explore, that is based on the oversampling. So this clustering is there. Yeah, and then one more thing. So this is having random data, as I have already said. So this is this as like classification, we are finding the accuracy. There is one measurement for clustering, which is SIL-out score. So SIL-out score should be maximum, will be maximum 1. So here I didn't execute this, I guess. So let that get executed. We'll be getting the visualization. So here the cluster is different. Can you see in that PPT we had a different cluster? So SIL-out score for this maximum we can get about 18 to 19 for this model. So more than that we can't expect. So if your cluster SIL-out score is nearly like 0.8 or 0.9 nearby to 1, then your model is a perfect model. So this is random data. We can't expect more than 25%. So that is about the clustering. So as I said, I have applied the TF-IDF vector, and then So here I am asking for the user number. So let us just give a number. Randomly I'm giving. So for this particular person, these are all the posts can be recommended. So some other people are posted now. So even if you go to Facebook or Instagram, in the recommended post, in the recommended reel section, recommended post, that will come based on our previous search. How it is happening? That is based on the user segmentation. So like this only, you have to apply the vectorization technique, apply the scaling technique, cluster that. Then for recommending the post, we have done a problem. Explore this. These are all basic Python only. So that's why I'm not diving much into that. This ilocate function will help you to find that particular record and it will give you the value. Then the last one, a simple regression. We are nearing the end, hardly 5 minutes more. 5 minutes it will take. So for the regression part, I have just used the linear regression. This also I have not fine-tuned. But this regression is performing well. So our engagement rate maximum is we are having 10. So the root mean squared, if it is less than 5, our model is good. Less than the mid value, obviously root mean square is 2.6. So how we can able to find the regression thing is with the, if the data set is already available, those who have created the model already, with that baseline estimate, you have to find the mean squared error. But ours is our own data set which we have created. So we are applying the same thing. Linear regression model I have imported, train test split. I have separated the features. I have taken only comments, shares, sentiments, scores, and likes, the same engagement rate, and we are predicting the engagement rate. My root mean square is obviously less than 5. So this model is perfectly fit. So now what we are going to do is we are going to ask all those things from the user and we are going to predict the engagement rate. Now one user is, we are posting one photo or posting one text. So number of comments, let's me say some 25 comments we are getting for our post. Number of shares, 15. Number of sentiment score, let it be positive. And number of likes, let's give 200. So the predicted engagement rate is 5.0. Obviously, if it is 10 means it is highly, it will be very popular. So based on the likes, comments, shares, so based on this only the popularity, we'll be getting that posts in our feed. So how that is done? So this model, regression model, what we have created is having the root mean squared less. So we have to consider one threshold value and we have to see for this, the engagement rate is from 0 to 10. We are getting the root mean square this value. So it is performing better compared with our classification and clustering techniques. We'll continue here. The same thing I have given in the slide, the recommendation based on the clustering techniques, the recommended posts. Then the regression is used for all these things, understanding the relationship, trend analysis, correlation analysis, forecasting. So this is finding the engagement rate, and then the same coding of linear regression is given. The output of that, I have given some sample data. The engagement rate was 4.64. So this is how you have to apply the data science thing. You have to find the data, consider the data as the building blocks, explore the data, finally come with the insights. This is what expected as data scientists from you. Next, the last one brainstorming image. So whatever we are doing with the machine learning or data science, whatever it is, the machine should not become more knowledgeable than us. See, the machine is becoming creative and we are into the gadgets. Make yourself also more engaged, more creative, and think in a innovative way. So if you are interested in reading books, try exploring these books. This will be useful for understanding the data science. Thank you. So for more data analysis and visualization techniques, have a look at the link. This part will be shared with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Raju Meenakshi. Thank you for your valuable insights. Now we are call upon our final speaker and our leader, founder and CEO of GUVI, Mr. Arun Prakash, to leverage the importance of LinkedIn and the activities, who all are the things involved in the LinkedIn. Welcoming you, sir. Niveta?
Yeah, now it's better. I'm able to
Yes,
see it.
perfect.
Yes,
Thank you,
yes,
Lakshman.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Jagan.
Yeah, thank you.
And the previous session was very good. I liked it. Okay. I was watching that session. It was useful. Okay. So now let me start with the basic question. Okay. How many of you, the students are in, what is that? No, forget about WhatsApp. Social media. Let's say social media. Okay. How many of you guys are in social media? Just put a yes, no, something in the chat so that I'll have a look at it. Okay, yes, me, Praveen, Surya, lot of yes. Everybody is there. Okay, that's straightforward. So many yes. Okay, now the question, I'll ask the question. Okay, if I ask you to choose between three cars, okay, one is Mercedes. Let's say I'm gifting the car to you. Okay, hypothetically. Okay, so one is Mercedes, second one is Range Rover, and third one is Tesla. Which one you guys will prefer? Put it in the chat. I'll have a look at it. Enough of yes or no. Okay. So three cars: Mercedes, Range Rover, Tesla. Which one you'll pick? Tesla, 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 Tesla. I see Tesla. There is Range Rover, Mercedes. Okay, a little bit. Tesla for majority. Okay, I've seen Range Rover. There are a couple of Range Rovers. One Mercedes, two Merc. Okay, so I'm able to see it. So you guys also can look at the chat. So if you look at it, the majority of the vote goes to Tesla. Okay, even though the Mercedes was there for ages, the Range Rover is there for ages. So what makes you guys to pick Tesla over the other two? Okay, so Vijay, that's Divya, that's fine. Okay, so tell me why you guys picked the Tesla. I hope those who have picked it may not be gone into Tesla, or they would have not have seen Range Rover. They would not have seen Mercedes. Probably you might have seen in somewhere outside, not really gone it most of the times. Okay, so one is autopilot system, Mercedes, Tesla. Even Merc has autopilot. Okay, so Merck is also there. Elon Musk, yes, that is one of the reason. Elon Musk is a, I see multiple places. Elon Musk is there. EV, yeah, some people pick for EV. Even Mercedes are EV. Okay, so it is not different. Okay, so A is there, correct. Okay, so somebody has picked Hero Honda. I don't know why he has picked it Hero Honda. Okay, so if you look at it, so majority of the reason why you guys have picked this, because you either know Elon Musk or you know Tesla, because this is a new age company which has lived and started their life in the social media. Okay, so Elon has so much tweets and he's always there out in the news some way or other, and that is the major reason you would have picked Tesla apart from the features. So features is secondary, cost is secondary. You would have picked because you know them well. When I say know them, you know the name well, and it would have gone into your head mind space multiple times. Okay, so that is the most of the reason why you would have picked Tesla over the other two. It is nothing. I mean, Merc is nowhere less than Tesla, or Range Rover is nowhere the Tesla less than Tesla. Okay, so the same thing will apply to you as well. If it is applied to a car, the same thing will be applied to you in the current trend. So first, when there are times where we go on upload our resume to some portal, and randomly some people will come in, or hiring people will come into our places. Now, where all the recruiters hire is two places. One is your LinkedIn primarily. Okay. Second one is these kind of competitions. Okay. Any kind of hackathons, people prefer it. Okay, so that is how it works. So in that perspective, so it is very important for you to build your social profile. Okay, so for example, let's say if you are a recruiter, if you look at some of the comments or the people who put in there, like so one guy's name is Manda Kolar, another person is Beauty Bala. So these kind of names are there in the chat. what if a recruiter looks at it, and if you are here to get a job into the company, how you will pursue it? Let's say you are the HR who's looking at the person. So how? Yeah. Okay. So that is one of the challenge currently. The kids are having it. When I say kids, in this case, you all are the new age kids. Who's going to change it? Your challenges, like, so most of the companies look at the social profile, and even I hope you by now everybody would be aware of the word web scraping. Okay, where you go and search for something and scrap the data and then do it. There are a lot of bots who does it. So for recruitment also, people started using the recruitment bots, which goes and scrape the social profile and build the social profile according with the resume you give it, and validate and give a credit score, like your CIBIL score, you have it, right? So there are mechanism which is there, which will give you the employability score. Okay, that score is the one which the company started looking at it right now. Okay, so in that perspective, you should all establish your learning or your credibility in the places where people look in. One is obviously through your college, the second one is your resume, and third one is a social profile. So the social profile could be any profile. Primarily in our case, it will be LinkedIn. Okay, so when I say in our case, like professional network is primary LinkedIn. So it is not about Insta or others. Yeah, people look at Insta as well. The new age startups look at Insta, whereas all the professional companies look in LinkedIn, and then they start hiring you. Okay, so for that purpose, you should start building your social profile. So it is just to showcase that how much you are there in sharing the knowledge, in learning from others, in representing where you are from. For example, tomorrow you are going to represent a company. They want you to love the company and showcase wherever it is. Okay, or else they know that this guy may not fit in for me for a long time. Okay, so for these aspects, it is for your job, for your thing, you should start positioning and sharing whatever you do it. So that becomes the key thing in the current stuff. For example, when I started Honeywell, when I joined Honeywell, so I had around 6-7 rounds, and I cracked it because I did something else somewhere, and that has helped me sharing the knowledge, as I said in the morning. The same way, in the current generation, you can share the knowledge in these social media profiles. So you can do it and become a freelancer. Okay, you can start a company like me. So it is very easy to start a company like me in this generation. So anybody who has the knowledge can start it, because this is a knowledge economy. It is not something which is dramatic, do it. And third one is to get a job. So you could be a freelancer, you could start your own company, and you could do it. For all the things, sharing your knowledge becomes a key. உங்க knowledge ஷேர் பண்றது ரொம்ப ரொம்ப முக்கியமான ஒரு விஷயமா இது. ஓகேங்களா? ஸோ அந்த பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ்ல வந்து LinkedIn becomes a key thing. So that has become a repository for people to look at it. So இப்போ நீங்க இங்க பண்றீங்கன்னா, so go and share the certificates which you have got it. That becomes a key thing for your LinkedIn profile. So அங்க வந்து skills add பண்ணுங்க. ஏன்னா வந்து companies use something called profile searcher in LinkedIn. So அதுல போய் keywords போட்டு search பண்ணுவாங்க. So if the keyword matches with whatever you have it, the LinkedIn will automatically showcase that to the recruiters. So அங்க வந்து first keyword வச்சு filter பண்ணி வெளில வந்துரும். Second part வந்து there, so the credibility goes with the certificates or the activities which are done. Like let's say assume you have participated in the Learnathon, you could share that I have participated in the Learnathon, and this is what I have learned in the Learnathon. சிம்பிளா சொல்லணும்னா வந்து இப்போ அவங்க இதுக்கு முன்னாடி பிரியா சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தாங்கல்ல, ஸோ 3 books good for which is good to start with for data science. என்ன புக் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தாங்க? Anybody can share it in the chat. So what is the book which she shared? ஸோ 3 புக் சொன்னாங்க. கடைசியில வந்து அந்த 3 புக் என்ன புக் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுங்க. டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் அண்ட் ஹெட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அனாலிட்டிக்ஸ் அதெல்லாம் சொல்லலாம். அந்த ஹெட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சீரீஸே நீங்க சொல்லலாம். ஸோ இதை வந்து நீங்க யூ கேன் ஸ்டார்ட் ஷேரிங் இட். ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி சின்ன விஷயத்த நீங்க கத்துக்கிட்டீங்களா? இன்னைக்கு கத்துக்கிட்ட விஷயம் எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியுமானா கொஸ்டின் தான். ஸோ அதை வந்து யூ கேன் கோ அண்ட் லுக் அட் இட் அண்ட் ரீட் த சம்மரி அண்ட் ஸ்டார்ட் ஷேரிங் இட். திஸ் ஒன் வே டு ஷேர் த நாலேஜ் இன் த மாடர்ன் ஏரா. உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச ஒரு விஷயத்த வந்து 4 பேருக்கு சொல்லித்தாங்க. அது கண்டிப்பா யாருக்கா ஹெல்ப் பண்ணும். ஏன்னா வந்து ஒரு கம்பெனியை நான் வந்து ரெக்ரூட்டரா போறேன்னு வச்சுங்களேன், அந்த சோஷியல் ப்ரொஃபைல் பார்க்கும்போது பையன் இவ்வளவு பேருக்கு சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்கான், விச் இஸ் குட். ஸோ ஹி வில் பி இன்ட்ரெஸ்டட் இன் ஷேரிங் நாலேஜ் டு அதர்ஸ் அப்படின்னு தெரியும். அதே சமயத்தில் ஐ நோ தட் யூ நோ தீஸ் கீவேர்ட்ஸ் அட்லீஸ்ட். ஓகே, ஸோ தோஸ் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் திங்ஸ். கிட்டப் ப்ரொஃபைல், உங்களோட கிட்டப் கெட்டப் ரெப்போ இருக்குல்ல, அந்த ரெப்போ இன்னைக்கு நான் அந்த ரெப்போல இந்த ப்ராஜெக்ட் பண்ணேன், ஷேர் இட் இன் த லிங்க்டின் ஆர் Instagram. So that will be a good thing. Okay, so start with GitHub. GitHub is the first place you should start with. Second place where you should go on is the LinkedIn. So in the LinkedIn you should start sharing a lot of things. It could be like you can even start a own blog. Okay, showcase for example GUVI la code kata irukku, web kata irukku, நிறைய மைக்ரோ சர்டிஃபிகேஷன்ஸ் இருக்கு. அது எல்லாமே ஷோகேஸ் பண்ணலாம். ஏன்னா ஒரு கோட் கட்டா ப்ராப்ளம் சால்வ் பண்ணும் போதும் you are gaining knowledge. And the knowledge வந்து if you share it, that will be better. Today I shared this code kata problem அப்படின்னு நான் ஸ்கிரீன்ஷாட் ஷேர் பண்ணலாம். Because I know one of the students which recently I interacted, he got a job just because he showed the consistency in the progress. நேற்று இதை படித்தேன், இன்னைக்கு இதை படித்தேன் அப்படின்னு he was continuously posting it. So you might have seen the Instagram influencers or people who say that like 100 days la I'll do certain things அப்படின்னா, and daily they post it. Okay, the similar way you can post your learnings in LinkedIn for 100 days. It doesn't need to be 100 days, at least it could be for 20 days. So 20 days is not a big deal. 20 days வந்து நீங்க 20 post போடலாம், that will be good. அது போடும்போது you can do lot of lessons learned போடலாம், checklist போடலாம். Okay, so even you can do a meme. So you are a technical guys, so எல்லாருமே வந்து meme create பண்ண முடியும், technical memes create பண்ணலாம். ஓகேவா? ஸோ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஊப்ஸ் இருக்குன்னு வச்சுங்களேன், இன்னரிட்டன்ஸை வச்சு ஒரு மீம் கிரியேட் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ யூ கேன் டூ கிரியேட் அ மீம் அண்ட் செட், அண்ட் தென் யூ கேன் டூ அ மீம் ஆன் பைத்தான். இந்த மாதிரி மீம்ஸ் எல்லாம் போட்டு ஷேர் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ தட் வில் ஷோகேஸ் யுவர் கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி. ஓகே, திஸ் இஸ் ஹவ் யூ ஷுட் யூஸ் த சோஷியல் மீடியா டு புஷ் யுவர் செல்ஃப் லைக் டெஸ்லா. இலான் மஸ்க் எப்படி வந்து இஸ் ஷோகேசிங் ஹிம்செல்ஃப் ஸோ தட் யூ கைஸ் ஆர் ஏபிள் டு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட்ல. அந்த மாதிரி உங்களை நீங்க ஷோகேஸ் பண்ணணும். ஏன்னா உங்களை நீங்களே ஷோகேஸ் பண்ணலன்னா வேற யாரு பண்ணுவா? Okay, so that is a one message which I want you to take. Okay, so as soon as you complete this session or any code kata or any certification, especially in the TNCPL, this is being இன்னைக்கு கூட எங்களுக்கு HR conclave I was sharing this to other HRs. So they said like we would love to look at the people who has progressed consistently அப்படின்னு கேட்டிருக்காங்க. Okay, so share all the certificates which you do it, which you have learned in this process, and that will be a starting point. Either starting point எடுத்துட்டு you can start sharing more things whatever you learn. Okay, so always remember, share what you know. That is a tagline which you should keep in your head. Okay, that is a tagline which has helped me and I am sharing that to you as well. உங்களுக்கு என்ன தெரிஞ்சது ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க, தப்பு ரைட்ன்றதெல்லாம் அடுத்து பார்த்துக்கலாம். So once you start sharing it, you will know how to validate the stuff, and that will be a practice for you to sit in the interview or get an opportunity or do a freelance or anything. எல்லா பெர்ஸ்பெக்டிவ்ல ரொம்ப ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும். Okay, so that is the only small message which I want to pass on to you. So two things: share what you know and share all your activities in the LinkedIn. When I say activities, it's the positive activities. Whatever you are போடுற சர்டிஃபிகேட்டோ இல்லை கோட் கட்டாவோ எதுனாலும் பார்த்து பண்ணுங்க, and that will be very useful for you. Okay, so thank you. That is a small message which I want to share it with all of you. Thank you guys. Lakshman, you can take it over here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm leaving.
Hello,
Bye-bye. See you soon
Thank
in
you, sir.
Chennai.
Now I call upon Mr. Jagan, team lead, Naanmudhalvan Coders Premier League, to give the closing note and way forward for the assessment. Over to you, Mr. Jagan.
Done, madam. Hi, all students. Thank you for the whole day, spending a whole day for the session. So this is the final. You come to the end of the final. So hereafter, we send a assessment platform to who fill the form in the session. There we can receive the assessment platform. The assessment platform will from validity from today 6 o'clock to 18th midnight 9 p.m. So if you open the assessment platform, it will once you start the assessment test means it will take 1.5 hours to finish. You can finish in 1.5 hours. The time will be running. So you did not pass or anything to know. There are 75 MCQs in that assessment platform. Okay. Uh, then once who cleared the level 1, then we can move to the Ideathon. The level 2 is Ideathon. We can give the problem statement. Uh,
Hi students. Registration and feedback link நான் வந்து கமெண்ட்ல பண்றேன். So please register and give their feedback.
Hi. Sorry, there is a small network issue. Okay, I leave it. There are after hereafter from if you finish this assessment platform, you can take to once you clear this assessment platform, then you can take to the Ideathon. Ideathon is a level 2. You can get an problem statement who cleared this level 1 as program. We can in next month there is an we plan for Ideathon. So we will inform you who cleared students. We will inform to your faculties as well as we can mail you. Please stay on touch on that. In the level 2, we can give the problem statement and how you present that problem statement. We can guide you. uh, from that level 3 level 2 is also in online. In the level 3 is a hackathon. It's a real hackathon. You can come to the our venue and you can participate in level 3. Level 3 means you can build the application, application for this session. Thank you. Next, I can call Kalaiselvan sir for the last wind-up session.
Yeah.
It's
Students, we will update the feedback link soon.
Students, please fill the feedback form. It will validate you.
Have a small issue in feedback link, so I will update it soon, students.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Shall we start, sir? Dr. Arun, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, shall we
I'm
start?
audible. I'm audible.
Sir, your voice is too low, sir.
Now, sir. Sir, am I audible now?
Sir, little bit voice slow. Sir, now perfect, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
We are in the valedictory session, sir. Welcome you for the valedictory session. Dr. Arunachalm, sir, is the professor, automobile engineering at Madras Institute of Technology. Sir is the pillar for the entire Naan Mudhalvan initiatives. So, on behalf of you all, I am welcoming Dr. Arunachalm, sir, for giving the closing note. Welcoming you, sir. Sir, I think you are in mute, sir.
Okay. Now is it audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Now perfect, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And once again, on behalf of Anna University and GUVI and the Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation Naanmudhalvan team, I welcome all the participants, all the students, friends for this validatory activities or validatory event. Even though we say that this validatory is meant for today's event only. The main agenda is we have the hackathon. It is a level 1 Learnathon, and apart from that, we have level 2 and level 3. And the final is level 3, where there are a lot of exciting prizes and internship is there. Prize is one thing, but the other side, you have a lot of learnings. So today also, the eminent speakers are there today to interact with you. They have shared their knowledge. Okay, so the main theme behind this conducting this kind of Learnathon or hackathon is to enhance the skill. Okay, there are a group of people or a lot of engineering students. A lot of engineering students are coming out every year. Okay, so whenever you want to get a good job, or whenever you look for the placement, or whenever you look for your higher studies or the employment, that somewhat you should be on the higher end, or somewhat you should be on the better when compared to your peer groups. So you should be differentiate with others. So one such differentiation is participating in many such kind of events, which will enhance the knowledge. Everyone learning whatever is available in the syllabus or whatever available in the textbook. So that is one part where you can able to get the fundamental knowledge, and where you can able to get your acquire your knowledge. Okay, so that information is available everywhere, and you can able to acquire the knowledge. But how far acquiring the knowledge you are applying to the real-time system or real-time societal problem, and then you are developing a solution, that only it will add value to your resume or your future career. So one such opportunity is this kind of event. So definitely today you have a lot of eminent speaker, Arun Prakash and other eminent speaker, where they have discussed about on your n number of technical events. There are 4 webinars are there. So this webinar you can able to get lot of insight on many number of events. Say for example, application of AI or your artificial intelligence or your Python or your data science are similar to that. So like that, these are all your upcoming technologies, or a lot of employment opportunities are there. So that is why this kind of event we are organizing, and GUVI is also having a lot of courses, professional courses, and few hours courses, starting from a few hours to 5 hours or 10 hours or 20 hours or whatever the courses. Okay, so since you have registered in this GUVI platform or your TNCpl, that is Tamil Nadu Coder Premier League, you are able to provide, or you can able to get 4 courses which is a part of this event. So therefore you can able to acquire the knowledge, and you can able to get some more insight on this upcoming technologies like cloud computing, your artificial intelligence, or Python or PyTorch, or whatever it may be. It's in a similar mode. So therefore, whatever you are doing it or whatever you're learning it, once we want to assess it, because everyone learning it, at the end of the learning, we should understand how much you have learned, the student have learned. So in order to do that, there is a 2 hours assessment is also there, and it is at free time. You can take at the free time, and you can leisurely you can take any time you want, either in the evening or in the late evening or in the morning, early morning. So in your home you can be relaxed. So sometimes be calm and then prepare it, and then you can appear for your assessment test. And there is an MCQ, which is an MCQ based on the thing. So therefore, prepare well and do well in your assessment. So based on your assessment only, we will take you to the next level, level 2. And there will be, after 2 weeks, again you will have a similar kind of a series of webinar and assessment will be there, and then we will take you to the real challenge, or your the final hackathon. And the final hackathon will be held at Chennai, Anna University, Chennai. The detailed date, time, venue, everything will be shared, and we will provide hostel accommodation for the students for the whenever a participant outstation. We are able to provide some kind of travel allowance, whichever is possible. We will the best way we can provide it, so that you can able to participate this event, and you can showcase your talent. You can showcase your skills. So that is why this kind of event is organized. So therefore, thanks to the entire team of GUVI, starting from your Arun and Lakshman Narayanan and many others, Jahan and other things. So probably you are seeing on a single day activity, for this single day activity for more than 4 or 5 months we are working on this. Probably we started in the month of October or even well before that, and then it has been launched by our Honorable Deputy CM of Tamil Nadu. So that shows that the importance of this event. Okay, it is not like one another program. It is very important, and where a lot of people are watching online, and lot of interaction is going to happen. It's happened. I hope that it is happened in the entire day today.
Buffer ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ.
So therefore, whatever it is happened or whatever the knowledge sharing is there, this knowledge you appear for the assessment test, and definitely we will you can move to the next level, that is level 2, and then we will take you to the level 3 also. So therefore, participate in this. At any point of time, there is a helpline is also there. At any point of time, you can able to interact with us or interact with the GUVI team, and you can get any doubts or anything. There will be some kind of clarification session will also be there, where you can able to clarify this doubt. So with this note, I sincerely appreciate the effort taken by the GUVI in organizing such kind of a wonderful event, as well as the entire team of GUVI. Okay, and apart from that, we have to express our sincere thanks to the entire team of Tamil Nadu Skill Development Corporation, starting from the managing director till all the persons. They also worked, and they also helped us. And I also thank our all your college principals, your management, your faculty members, your mentors. We have conducted an FDP faculty development program also. So therefore, many people are involved in this activity. It is only because of making the Tamil Nadu as a knowledge, or a Tamil Nadu as a skill capital of India. Okay, so with this, I express my sincere thanks to the entire team and providing me an opportunity to interact with you. Definitely, we will meet you in our Anna University, Chennai, during your final hackathon. And I wish you all the very best. Do well. Thank you. Over to Lakshmi Narayan, sir.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir. Sir, actually, we are inviting some students' feedback, sir. Cecilia from SSN College of Engineering. Niveta, please admit the Cecilia. Sir, the student
Am I audible, sir?
belongs to
Yes,
SSN College.
yes.
So we want to hear some feedback from the students' perspective, sir. How was the session? How was we are taking forward this event?
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Celsia from third year IT department at SSN College of Engineering, Chennai. So today we had an amazing opportunity to be a part of this
Celsia?
TNCPL
I think you
event.
are in air.
Sorry, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Please go ahead, ma. We can able to hear you.
So today we had an amazing opportunity to be a part of this TNCPL event. There were over 80,000 participants in the level 1 Learnathon phase. It was truly an amazing experience to be a part of this wonderful initiative. I especially thank our principal, Dr. V. Annamalai sir, our HOD, Dr. Shahina ma'am, and the Pro Code Club of our department for motivating us to participate in this wonderful event. The sessions were really interesting and well structured, making it easy for beginners like us to grasp the concepts very easily. So the concepts covered in the webinar were diverse and impactful. We dived into Python programming, explored artificial intelligence concepts like generative AI, and data science concepts with amazing lectures and hands-on sessions. And we also discussed the importance of leveraging LinkedIn for professional growth. So overall, the webinar was not only informative, but also inspiring to students like us, and it encouraged us to explore vast opportunities. So I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers for putting together such a comprehensive and engaging event. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Celsia. Now I am called upon Mr. R.M. Harish from SSN College of Engineering. Niveta, please admit Mr. R.M.
Hello, sir. Good evening, all. I'm Harish from SSN College. I'm currently in my third year BTech IT. First of all, about today's session, I thoroughly enjoyed it. I would first like to thank all the lecturers who are very patient and teaching us, like covering all the aspects of every field in it, like starting from the Python OOPS, which would be very useful for the beginners. Then touching upon AI, like introductions of AI and how AI transformed our lives. Then moving on to data science, like how sentiment analysis carried out, and also they also taught us like how to the EDA processing, EDA steps, then feature scaling, etc. How it is very important. And then at last about the LinkedIn, how it is important for a professional or employee, etc. So in my part, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I thank you, sir.
Good, Pa, very good. Thanks for your feedback.
Thank you, Harish. Thank you very much. Engineering College. Nivetha, please admit Mr. Dharanish. Harish, you can leave the session. Dharanish, I think you are in mute. Dharanish, I think you are in mute. Please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello,
Sir,
Dharanish.
this is audible. Sir, this
Yeah,
is
you are audible,
Dhanishri from. Hello, sir. Sir,
Yes,
this is
we
audible.
can able to hear you. Yes, madam, we can able to hear you.
Sir, I'm Dhanishri from
Yes,
the Department
Dharanish,
of
you are audible. Please go
Computer
ahead.
Science, Mudhalvan Engineering College. Good afternoon, sir. Thanks for the opportunity. The session was very useful to the beginners to get benefited at many ways. Students have different opportunities to explore their talents and ideas. Hello.
Yes, ma. Please go
Dharanish,
ahead.
you are audible. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. This session is benefited at many ways. You taught very passionately to the students. Through this session, they can gain their knowledge at any cost. It was a huge opportunity for us to get this exposure on this webinar, sir. Thank you for spending your valuable time and conducting this occasion gratefully, sir. Thank you.
Nivetha. I think she will. Nivetha, shall we conclude the session?
Yeah.
Sir, as part of this program, actually we are Nivetha, am I audible? Nivetha?
Yeah, you're audible, Lakshman. You can.
Nivetha, am I audible? Okay.
Yeah,
Dr. Arun,
you're
sir,
audible.
as a part of this program, perfect. Thank you. Actually, we are planning to give some gift vouchers to the active students based on their engagement. We will share the list with you, sir. You can read out the participant name along with their institution name, sir. Dr. Arun, sir.
Lakshmi bro?
Yes, Nigita.
Yeah, I think he's not available. So we can end the session.
To the students.
Yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Arun sir will announce the.
He's back. Yeah, yeah.
Over to you, Dr. Arun sir.
Students, and there is a surprise prize is there, in the sense that the students who are very active, because all the students are very active, otherwise 35,000 students, 70,000 are reaching 80,000 students is very difficult. So among the students who is very fast and very enthusiastic, starting from the morning and providing question and answer and providing the feedback and quick response and everything. Based on that, we have identified 11 students who are very active in the entire day, who are very dynamic and who are passionate in this. For this, we are providing some kind of cash reward also. So the students are Mr. N. Tirunanam from Karpagam Institute of Technology. The second is Mr. N. Badri from Anjali Ammal Mahalingam Engineering College. The third one is Mr. P. Valamurugan, ABS College of Technology. Ms. George Stellas from Holy Cross Engineering College, and Mr. Michael from PSR Engineering College, Mr. Mohammad Ziad from Hindustan Institute of Technology, Mr. Navastri, Aditya Institute of Technology, Mr. Rishabh, Panimalar Institute of Technology, Ms. Ritika, Kongunadu College of Engineering and Technology, Ms. Sharolin from St. Peter's College of Engineering and Technology, and the last one is Ms. K. Srinidhi from Saranathan College of Engineering. So really we are very happy to note a few students, and we want to provide opportunities to all. But anyhow, this is in order to differentiate from others, we have provided this opportunity, and lot of many prizes are available in the upcoming level 2 as well as on the hackathon. So therefore, be participative. That is more important than achieving the prize. Before getting the prize and other thing, participation is very important. Participation will provide you a lot of performance. You can able to perform your event, and based on your performance, you will able to achieve the prize. So that is what is shown on these students. They participated, they performed very well, and they are bagging the prize. So therefore, ask your friends and ask your all the friends and other thing to participate. Not only in this event, many other event also participate and perform well, get the prizes. So wish you all the very best, and thank you. Thank you, Lakshman sir.
Very much, sir. Thank you, sir. It's our pleasure, sir. Thank you very much. So there are two announcements from our end. The first announcement will be, we will share the certificates by next week onwards. You have to share the certificates in LinkedIn page, and you have to tag Naan Mudhalvan, Anna University and GUVI official pages. So that will be give some extra mileages to your credentials. And the second thing will be, as earlier my colleague Mr. Jagan said, the assessment link will be sent by today 6 o'clock. The link will be open by 48 hours. You can take any 1.5 hours. The assessment has consist of 1.5 hours assessment and 75 questions. So you have to complete your assessment before Sunday 9 p.m. Thank you very much, and thank you to Anna University, Naan Mudhalvan, and GUVI for given wonderful opportunity to host this program. And my sincere thanks to our team members, Niveta, Reshma, Raju, for given valuable support to host this entire program. Thank you all. See you on level 2 Ideathon on March 1st. Thank you, Dr. Arun sir, for gracing this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.